Is this too gauche? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you now.
Oh, okay. Are we on live face or no?
It is just going to start coming up. So,
well, what do you think about this button? Is it too much?
Monitor yourself.
No, that's why I'm trying to ask you now. What do you,
I am.
Think
Yes,
about
it's coming. It's gonna. Yeah, good. It's gonna.
Okay.
We are on now.
Okay.
So you're gonna see me now. Here's what I got to take you through the. Okay, it is on Facebook now. So what you can do now is start sharing it wherever you want to share it. Your personal timeline, the campaign page, Monroe County, Monroe Young. Anywhere that you want to send it, the PA the Latino caucus, anywhere that you want to send it, start sending it. You can send it now. And you are going to see me start to do the same thing.
But I would do that by going to your page and then sharing it to my or whoever I want to share.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
I'm not a big I'm a boomer, so just bear with me. The simple things
you're the same age as me. You're the same age as me.
Are we really? Wow. I thought I was.
Also, one more thing I want to do very quickly. Well, and again, we are live right now. People are watching this right now.
Oh, hello.
I want you to, what I'm doing is I'm looking right into a MacBook right now. That's where you and I are talking. I have a Windows laptop in front of me that I'll use to DuckDuckGo or Google stuff if I need to research something in the middle. I have an iPad off to my right. You're going to see me turn away from you on occasion because there's going to be people in the chat that I want to acknowledge. They can drop comments or questions. I am listening to you. Never think I'm not listening. I'm with you. Okay. Just because I turn from you does not mean I'm not listening. I'm with you. Okay.
Finally, I get your attention after 3-4 years of knowing you.
Never think I'm not. No, I because visually it looks ridiculous. It looks like I'm not listening, but I'm with you. Always know that I'm with you.
I'm kidding.
Always know I'm with you. Because trust me, I know how it looks. It looks like
my Lord and Savior. Thank you.
I know it. Believe me, I do know that it looks like I'm not, but trust me, I'm with you.
I understand. You're working the controls of the studio booth, you know. I'm going to look up this Facebook page and do, like you said, share it with some of my some of the groups that I'm working with, my followers. Let's go here.
So already you are now on the Our Revolution National page and the Pennsylvania page.
That's fantastic.
So what I need to do now is you're going to see me start sharing it to all the different groups. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to share it to your you hang on 1 second.
Sure.
I'm going to share it to your timeline. Then
thank you.
I will do that for you. And then
I was just about to
start sharing it. You can start sharing it wherever you need to.
All right, thank you. Oh, you're sharing with the Adam Rodriguez for State Representative page, right? Because there's another one.
It is on your personal Adam Rodriguez.
I gotcha. Okay.
You go to your personal Facebook and you will see it.
I see it.
You should see it there. Okay. Now you do with it what you want. You definitely want to send it to Monroe County and to the Monroe Young Democrats and to the campaign page and to the PA Latino caucus, please.
Yes.
He said. Actually, I might get to the PA before you do. Latino caucus in Pennsylvania. I think I'm going to beat you there. Hold on 1 second.
I'm doing it. Just give me a second. I'm making a little note.
Yeah, I beat you there.
Personalized.
Never mind. I'm already there. I beat you there. I can't wait for you. Boomer.
I was making a...
All right. I got to start sending to the other groups. So you do the rest. You do Monroe County. I got to get to the other stuff now.
Okay.
I can't wait for you. I just can't. I can't. I got a show to run here, Adam. I can't wait for you.
I
kill him slowly but surely.
Select the page. Wait. Share to your story. Send them share to a group. Okay, good. Monroe County's fight for team. Monroe County Youth Democrat. There you go. Share now. And I'm going to share with Share a group. I'm going to share with the. Ooh, that was Monroe County for Biden. Yeah, that sounds good. Biden. Okay. Yep. PA Dems group. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yep. I can see the screen so much better with my glasses on. I really need prescription glasses, I think. Share with okay, I think I'm good. I don't know if you're still sharing with other groups too.
Got everybody I can get to.
Oh, thanks.
Okay, we're going to be on 101 in about another minute.
So we are on or we're not?
Yeah, so you will know. Trust me. I'm going to go into a very long introduction. You will know.
Oh, okay. And then the person I was telling you about, chat, he still hasn't shown up. So I just left the note on the door. I said, look, come on in. I'm going to be busy in an interview. I can't even talk to you. So you might see him come past me because that's the door behind me.
Hopefully it doesn't set up while you're talking.
No, he won't disturb anything. He'll be fine. He's gonna probably. I think he has a video. He's either got one of those cameras that's got the video capability on it. It's a really good camera. He's either that or he's not going to use his iPhone, I don't think.
Okay, and that noise that you hear in the background is an audio trick to keep the computer from shutting us off of 101. It's just a little audio trick. If it gets if the computer for 101 gets silence for more than 5 seconds, it shuts us off. So this is a little audio trick to keep us going. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Welcome, 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 welcome to all. We are back yet again, like a thunderstorm, like the rain, like the fog, like the sunshine, like the beginning of the dawn of every brand new day. We are back yet again. Welcome from the Saucon Valley, part of the Lehigh Valley, my humble second bedroom, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, part of these United States here on planet Earth, the only one we have. Third rock from the sun in the Terran solar system, part of the Milky Way galaxy. This is the Kennedy Effect for the 27th of September, 2020. We welcome you all, wherever it is that you are watching or listening. Thank you very, very, very much. Every single one of you that is watching, listening, wherever you fall on the political spectrum. And don't hide, Republicans. I know you're there, and I appreciate the fact that you are there. Wherever you fall on the political spectrum, you are welcome here. You are respected here. We're glad that you are here. Thank you for welcoming us back into your homes, your living rooms, your kitchens, your speakers, your car stereos, your smart speakers, devices, wherever you are consuming the program. Thank you for being here. We appreciate it very much on the endeavor, the passion project, this thing that I love, the Kennedy Effect for the 27th of September, 2020. Let's get through the business part of the program as we welcome you back yet again on another Sunday as summer turns to fall here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Wherever you are watching and or listening to us on Facebook, on the over 50 groups, pages, platforms, timelines, etc. I'd fill in the proper term here. There's so many different words for them now. This old guy doesn't always know the proper term of what to call it anymore. But wherever that we share the program now, there's over 50 different places that we share the program. Not to put any above any of the others, but among the places that we now send the program, our Revolution National Organization, our Revolution Pennsylvania, of course, the home Facebook page for hot101.net, and of course, our home base, that other side of information. Wherever it is that you're watching, we are thrilled that you are here. If you are with us live, awesome. We appreciate that very, very, very much. If you're watching on the recording, we appreciate that as well. Our Facebook has changed something. The algorithm has changed something. There seems to be that there's always some type of new update or something going on. I know some folks seem to be complaining about this dark mode that's coming. I happen to like the dark mode. It saves the screen. It's a little easier on your eyes. But we have something now called on that other side of information, as it is my page, and as it is I am an administrator of my page. I have something called Insights. Lucky me. I can tap on all of the posts that appear on that other side of information and see how they are reaching you. Well, the show continues to do well, and we appreciate it very much. Each program is reaching on the average about 2,000 folks a week. We appreciate that very much. That might not sound like a lot, but considering the humbleness and the literal negative dollar budget of this program, we appreciate it very, very much. We thank you. We thank you. We thank you. Wherever it is that you consume the program, again, whether you do it live, whether you do it the recording, whether you do it in bits and pieces during the week, we just thank that you are here. We respect you. It means the world to us. And if it was not for you listening, we would not be here. Let's just be blunt and honest about that. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be here. So thank you so very much. Now, whatever Facebook group or page or personal timeline or however it is that you consume the program, it is our home page, that other side of information, where we will see you. We will welcome you into the room. There is an active chat going on in the room. That is where we will see your comments and questions for our guests, not just tonight, but every single week. Comments for me, be they nice or not. Occasionally there's a little snark makes its way in there, but that's okay. We're big kids. We can take it. That's where we will see your comments and questions. That's where we'll see your name. That's where we'll know that you're watching. We'll say hello to you and you are welcome there. That other side of information. To our friends and our family at hot101.net, DJ Lex, DJ Earl, and of course, my producer, partner, April Riddick, who made all of this possible. We thank them all, and we welcome you all at hot101.net back onto your radios, your speakers, your smart speakers, your car stereos, your phones, laptops, tablets, however it is that you consume hot101.net. Thank you for allowing us back into your lives yet again on another Sunday evening. If you don't know how to listen to hot101.net by now, well, then you obviously haven't been listening to me tell you. I tell you every week, why aren't you listening? It's very, very simple. You can get hot101.net by going to the main web page at, yes, I heard somebody say it out there in the audience, Marion from Omaha, you got it correct. It's hot101.net. You can also get the apps for Apple by going to the Apple App Store. You can get them for your Android device by going to the Google Play Store. Or if you happen to have the TuneIn Radio app, all you need to do is search for hot101.net and you can listen there. If you have a business, you can look right over my left shoulder for you on the screen. Actually, it's still, I think, my left shoulder for you on the screen as well. Over my left shoulder, you will see a sign that says, if you have a business, a product, a service, something that you want to advertise to the planet, literally the entire planet. It's one of the wonderful things about internet radio. You can get it anywhere, unlike terrestrial radio where you are limited by the strength of the signal, you can get internet radio anywhere. So if you have something that you want to literally put into the form of an advertisement and get it anywhere on the planet, you can do it here on our humble little program, and these dulcet tones can read it for you. Just drop us an email at the email for the program, which is thatotherkennedy@gmail.com. Thatotherkennedy, it's all one word, at gmail.com. Also, at our show email, if you have questions about the program, questions about me, questions for me, questions to our guests, questions about past programs, questions about how to get to the program, questions about how to get to questions about questions about anything. Let's just put it that way. That is the email box for the program. If you have anything that you need about the program, again, if you want to advertise on the program, guest suggestions, questions about just anything related to the Kennedy effect, that is how to get a hold of us. thatotherkennedy@gmail.com. All right, let's get into it. Oh, and also we will be taking phone calls later in the program. We actually had 2 phone calls last week. And guess what? The world is still turning. The sun still came up. Nothing bad happened. It wasn't the end of everything. And we got 2 phone calls. I will put the phone number up later in the program. And we're all still here. We survived. Jeff actually got 2 phone calls. So let's get into the meat of the program. Let me introduce my guest. And my guest is yet again another friend. Whether he likes it or not, he's stuck with me. My friend and the Democratic nominee and candidate for the Pennsylvania State House of Representatives from the 189th District. He's way up there. You know, if it was a baseball team, he'd be wearing one of the high numbers. That means he came up from the minors really late in his career. I'm just kidding him a lot. I'm glad he's smiling and he hasn't reached into the screen to choke me yet. Is my friend Adam Rodriguez. From his district covers Monroe County. If you are unfamiliar with the geography of Pennsylvania, Monroe County covers what you probably, most people even from outside Pennsylvania would know as the Pocono Mountains, the recreation and tourism areas of the Pocono Mountains, Stroudsburg, East Stroudsburg, the Delaware Water Gap, and the southern half of Pike County, which is just north of where I just described. Have a DuckDuckGo or Google search of it, and you will see where we are talking about. So we welcome into the program, to the Kennedy Effect for the 27th of September, my friend and the Democratic candidate and nominee for the 189th, Adam Rodriguez. Adam, welcome to the program.
Hey, Jeff, how's it going? And to everyone listening, as part of the Our Revolution cause and listening audience, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you about the things that I'd like to do to help people of my district and the state of Pennsylvania. So I just wanted to give a quick little factoid. So the Pennsylvania State Legislature up until 1969 was apportioned by county. So the 189th was actually located in one of the collar counties of Philadelphia, and it moved up into this area sometime after 1969. And
just
that's
like a
why
lot of
we
people
have such
from
a late number.
just
Wait,
like a lot of people from Philadelphia did. They moved up into the
Right.
Sure.
Sure.
Just like a lot of people did.
And the
They moved
metropolitan
up.
area too. So yeah, the county legislators, rather state legislators, were apportioned by county, and obviously we're at 67 at that point, because that's how many counties we have in our wonderful state. But you know, now we're up to 203. So I'm 189. Yep.
Well, Adam, you are not a stranger to the program. You have listened to it before. You have not listened to every single episode, and I will chastise you for that later.
Please do.
But until we get to that point, let me begin the program the way you are familiar with, the way you know that we begin the program. Let me begin with the standard opening question for the program, and that is the following. Who is Adam Rodriguez, and how did you get here?
Okay, great. So I originally came from New Jersey. I was born in northern New Jersey. Pretty much grew up in the Bergen County area. I was born in Englewood, moved at a very young age to Glen Rock, then moved to Midland Park when I was about 10 or 11 years old, and had my formative years in Midland Park, which is in northern Bergen County. It was a very Democratic county, but the thing is, the northern part where I had moved into with my dad, who was first generation Puerto Rican immigrant or transplant, emigrating from Puerto Rico, moved into the Bronx and then out to Jersey. We moved into the northern part of the county at that point, and that was Republican. So I grew up in a town that was mostly German, Dutch, Northern European, some Italian, some Irish, but I was the only Hispanic or Latino kid in the entire town. So I had a little bit of a testing period there, but it was a rough and tumble period. But it really kind of like I made my bones, so to speak, in Midland Park. But I have a lot of good friends there. Unfortunately, some of them are Trumpers, and I've taken them to the woodshed many times for that. But I met my wife when I was after college, because I had gone to RISD for 2 years after graduating from Midland Park. I didn't finish my education at Rhode Island School of Design, taking most of my classes, academic classes at Brown. So it was great. And I got a really very well-rounded education for the brief stay that I was there. It was kind of like too expensive for me. So I kind of retrenched and went back to work with my dad for a little bit. He's an artist and graphic designer who had his own businesses in the city. So he had, several different offices throughout the city, and pretty successful for a while. And I worked for him for about a year. Then I worked as a carpenter for 5 years. Did mostly what they call high-rise construction. They call them goulash jobs, where you fire rate all the steel columns. You're doing all of the, blockages around the pour so that you're making sure that none of the concrete spills over out into the surrounding buildings. It was a real dangerous job. I did that, like I said, for about 5 years. I worked my way through the apprenticeship program. Wasn't highly political. I did really enjoy. There were political orientation classes and classes going over trade unionism, and I enjoyed those. I thought they were great, but at that point, I just wasn't committed to politics. Then later on, I became a Teamster I worked for the Port Authority, because like I said, that building trades tends to be sporadic, and there was a period for about a year or two when there wasn't any work, unfortunately, in the early 90s. And so then I went to work for the Port Authority. I worked for them for 5 years as well, in the maintenance department at the Holland and Lincoln tunnels, which are 2 underground tunnels that go underneath the Hudson River. So I was in charge of maintaining them along with my fellow coworkers. I worked there at a night shift, doing mostly tunnel cleaning, manual labor. It was hard work, and I worked a night shift the whole time, still practicing my craft as an artist, still doing, work on the side for people, but just trying to focus on providing for my family. I got married at when I was about 23. So at that time I was still a carpenter, but we had children very young, and we have 5 children now. But I had to provide for my family. So, the life of an artist wasn't really, too lucrative, at least initially for me. But my wife finally convinced me, okay, now it's time for you to go into something that you enjoy doing. Why don't you show your portfolio around? And so I worked in the apparel, the fashion industry as a designer for the next 25 years. So I've had a very varied career. I would say that my ability to understand people, work well with people, understand, politics of a working group or working situation, and being able to be, a mediator has been a real asset for me. I never really realized that I could parlay that skill into politics until around 2008. At the time, I was working in Manhattan, I said, as a designer, graphic designer in the apparel industry. And there was a massive collapse in the banking industry with the mortgage-backed securities collapse. So that was in 2007, 2008. And I got I got pretty upset because I had been following the stock market for about 8 years before that, learning about, what companies. Not that I was an investor or anything, but just I wanted to understand the inner workings
You know
of
what, though,
finance.
there is a default thing that kind of happens to you when you work in Manhattan. Everybody tends to
Right.
follow the market a little bit. It is an odd
Exactly.
thing.
Exactly. That's
It's an
exactly
odd
it.
thing when you're in, because what's left of my company, when you're in, the more time you spend in Manhattan, the more of a again, it's just an odd default thing that kind of happens to you.
Right. Yeah.
You tend to find yourself following the markets because
Right.
it is the world financial center, and
Right.
you kind of, you do learn about it. I'm by no means an economic expert myself. You certainly don't see an economics degree hanging behind me, but when you work in Manhattan, it is a kind of a thing that happens to you, that you do
Without a doubt.
follow the markets and you do pay attention to it. Anyway, I interrupted you, but I was just saying you
No.
know from working there that everyone's a bit of a junior economist or a junior market watcher when they work in Manhattan. It doesn't matter what
Yeah.
you do.
And I think to a large degree that speaks to the over financialization of New York as a economic center, because all the way up until even the mid 70s, even the early 80s, New York was one of the country's leading industrial and manufacturing centers of the United States. And so this whole over financialization of the country and the reification of money through various techniques, whether it's derivatives trading, forex trading, all these different ways for people to make a little bit of money. It's just everything became so focused around the hegemony of Wall Street, and I could see that, and especially being in the apparel industry, where I saw more and more companies going overseas to get their work done all throughout that period of the early 90s on up until really 2014 is when I stopped working in the fashion industry around 2017, because that's when I really started getting involved heavily in politics. So like I said, you're seeing this over financialization, so everyone just naturally tends to always discuss stocks. What's the price of a stock? How well is everyone's, like you said, a little bit of a junior economist, and I don't know. I don't necessarily think it was a good thing. I think it's really important for any country or state or even the city to try to develop a full set economy rather than just focusing on one aspect. Now with New York, yeah, it is the world's financial center, and that's a good thing. But that doesn't mean that we also can't have a manufacturing aspect too. And the same thing for Pennsylvania. But
Well, let me ask you that. Maybe, I don't know that that's was working in Manhattan. Oh, I should ask you rather than guess. Was working in Manhattan, was that a break point? Was that a hallelujah moment? Was that an eye opener for you to say something's not quite right here?
Yeah, for sure.
Especially following especially from 2000 on, although I think you can trace the history of it back really from the mid 80s on, but I think especially on hyperdrive from 2000 on,
yes, definitely.
Where the markets became less and less of an actual indicator of the health of the
right.
economy as a whole.
Exactly.
The markets were always,
right.
especially from the New Deal forward,
right.
were an excellent indicator,
of course,
of the health of the economy. It was two figures that I think the quote unquote average American could absorb as a measure of the health of the economy. One was the unemployment rate, and one was the stock market. And those two things have been those two things.
The Dow and the standard, the Dow and this S&P 500.
The S&P, right? And those two things have been turned on their head completely.
Exactly.
For my money, it is naturally, the unemployment rate is no longer a measure of the health of workers. It's really the labor participation rate. And the health of the Dow is now, you now see a company's fortunes or wealth increase as they lay off and fire and eliminate more and more workers
Right.
rather than hire them. It used to be a time when, if a company was having a mass layoff, their stock price would go down. If they were hiring more workers, their stock price would go up. It is now completely turned around. So is that a time for you personally, that as you spent more time in Manhattan and you saw this change, is that a wake-up moment for you personally?
Well, the wake-up moment came
Or
in
politically?
2000.
A political wake-up moment for you?
Yeah, well, the wake-up moment came in 2008, but I could see this ever-increasing focus on endeavors that aren't necessarily very productive. Let's just be quite frank in terms of manufacturing or industry. But nonetheless, it was still happening. And, just case in point. So I was living in New Jersey living in New Jersey, but working as a carpenter in Manhattan. So the expense for, commuting into the city got higher and higher, whether it was via bus or train. So that's the one. Oh, and occasionally I used to drive, but that wasn't that bad up until the early 90s, because that's when I left and then I started working for the port. But anyways, my cost of living, the what it took for me to provide for my family got steadily higher and higher. And I saw that the wages were not concurrent with that, whether that was I was in a union or not. Because after I left the carpenters and I worked for various apparel companies, I worked for large manufacturing companies that supply to mostly what they call big box, like the Walmarts and Costco's. So I would design product and graphics and everything for them. So my wages, as they started to move even into that sphere, were not concurrent with the increase in the cost of living. But just in general, there were less jobs in manufacturing, less jobs even in the design industry for any discipline, whether it's apparel or hard goods or products, less and less opportunities for that, because they became more focused overseas. And it was a real disaster. I got to tell you, it was really upsetting to me. So like I said, when 2008 happened, that galvanized me and said, this country is just going more and more fascist, because, and I'm going to say that right now, because you could see this nexus between government and these, and Wall Street. It was right there the whole time. And I'm not
when you unilaterally dismantle the entire tariff and import tax system during the Reagan administration, if you make it cheaper for the manufacturing base to send all of their manufacturing over to the Far East, and it wasn't just China, although it is predominantly China now. It wasn't just China. Remember, this happened in stages, folks. Everything didn't just go immediately to China during the Reagan administration. It happened in stages, although those stages went very, very quickly. Remember, you had Northeast states like the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and others lose their manufacturing bases to the South first, where this
runaway shop
tradition, sadly, I don't have this practice of states and municipalities bidding against each other to be the home of these large corporations, which never used to happen. It didn't used to be a practice in the United States. That didn't used to be something that happened here. That happened first, because the old Confederacy and the Southern states promised these corporations, we'll bust the union. We'll break unions. You can move your factory here and we'll make sure you don't have a union. And that'll make your labor costs cheaper. But that wasn't enough for the corporations. They wanted more. Then we moved south, even further south. We went to Mexico. Then we went but then that wasn't even cheap enough. We had to go even further. Then we went completely off continent. And we went to places like Indonesia, India, China, Vietnam, where they had literal slave labor. Where labor costs of even single-digit dollars per hour became too expensive. We had to get it down to pennies on the dollar, under a dollar, because we unilaterally dismantled an entire system of tariffs and import taxes and protections that had been in place since Alexander Hamilton, since the George Washington administration, since the United States was founded, since the beginning of the Constitution, which created the industrial base in this country to start with, all so that corporations could make more
exponentially more profit.
Not so they could make money, but so they could make more money. More. Even more
Unbelievable,
money.
Right? It's unreal.
Let's remember what we're talking about here.
Right.
We have to, Adam has made an exceptionally salient point. We're talking about not just profits, but mega profits.
Right.
The Reagan administration made it possible for them to take entire factories and manufacturing operations, lift them up and send them overseas.
Right.
And then put them on containers and ship it back here for you to buy.
Right.
That's what they did. Remember, under the George W. Bush administrations, the 8 years, the United States lost over 65,000 factories.
Right.
Not jobs, factories.
Right.
To China.
It's a disaster.
Because we can strip the United States bare of raw materials, send them to China, make the products, and send them back here. We are the only country on earth that has unilaterally dismantled its tariff and import tax protections and systems. Our average tariff and import tax prior to Ronald Reagan was about 25 to 28%. It is now 2%. The rest of these countries still have it. Korea, China, Japan, Germany, the UK, they still have all their tariffs and import taxes. We're the only ones that don't. Sorry, is that great again? I missed it. Is it working? 5:30 Eastern time here on the eastern seaboard of the United States. This is the Kennedy Effect for 27 September 2020. My guest is my friend and the Democratic nominee and candidate for the Pennsylvania State House of Representatives here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania from the 189th District, Adam Rodriguez. We're discussing, we're just getting started here, discussing his earlier experience and how he came about to this point in his life running for the PA State House. Wherever it is that you are watching us, listening to us on Facebook, we thank you so very, very much. We are sharing now to over 50 different platforms, pages, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Whatever, insert proper term here, because I tend to sometimes get the wrong groups, pages, timelines, whatever, blah, 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 whatever the proper term is here. We thank you for that. If you are listening on the recording, we thank you for watching us, picking us up later in the week. If you watch them bits and bits, I don't care how you consume the program, to be perfectly blunt. We just are thrilled that you do so, and we are appreciative that you do so. Wherever it is that you fall on the political spectrum, because you know that I have had Republicans call the program on the rare occasion that I get a phone call, and I have had a Republican here as a guest, and I need to have more. Openly admit that I need to have more. You are welcome and respected here, period. We thank you for being here. To my friends and my family at the hot101.net family, thank you for having us again on your devices. If you are listening, streaming in the car, your smart speakers, however it is that you are consuming, thank you very, very much. We are proud, honored, and humbled to be part of the hot101.net family. If you do not know how to listen to hot101.net, go to the main website page at hot101.net. You can also get the apps for hot101.net by going to the Apple App Store or the Google Play Store. And you can also go to the TuneIn radio app and just search for hot101.net. If you have a product, a service, a business, whatever it is that you want to get out to literally the entire planet or just your neighbors next door, you can advertise right here on the Kennedy Effect, and I will read that advertisement for you. Well, actually, we'll help you craft it and write it. We'll do the whole nine for you right here. Just email us at thatotherkennedy.com. Anything show related, you can email us at thatotherkennedy.com. And after 6 o'clock, we'll put the phone number up on the screen, and we will open up the phone line where you can talk to myself and Adam, or both of us, or yell or scream politely, whatever, and we'll do that then later in the program. So we see this vast economic change. The crash of 2008 happens. You're living in the Poconos, and this fire lights somewhere inside of you, and you decide you have to do something about it. What happens?
I need to save my country because like I said, I saw this kind of like octopus-like corporatism just completely engulfing the life of every American, to the point where they were completely immiserated and really not having much of a life, even though, a lot of people, Americans are proud people, especially people in my district. They don't like to have to say that things aren't going well. And that's okay. Maybe for some of them things are, but that's not the majority. So, especially when I was going door to door, you talk to people, and when you really talk to them, they're like, hey, I barely have anything saved. We're kind of living month to month, or they're in complete abject poverty and they're completely in debt. And I see that as a process of this over financialization and usury, mainly focused and done by Wall Street. But I wanted to kind of just go back really quickly to something that you touched upon with the whole tariff aspect and how our economy became so
unbalanced.
So with Nixon, he took us off the Bretton Woods system, right? We've talked about that before, I think, right?
Off the gold standard?
Yeah, what they call the gold settlement system. So taking us off the gold settlement.
I have made a conscious effort to stay away from the gold standard because it is such a rabbit hole, and there are some folks who listen who tend to blame. We've blamed FDR for the gold standard. They blame Kennedy for the gold standard, even though we all know it was Nixon. And we also the gold standard tends to be a bit of a rabbit hole type discussion,
right?
Because there's also a lot of nefarious, dare I say, conspiracy theories surrounding why Nixon took us off the gold standard, when most academic around it, even the folks who continue to survive from the Nixon administration, will tell you that the basis for doing so is actually really quite simple. There simply wasn't enough gold to back up the amount of paper money that needed to be in circulation to keep an economy running. I happen to buy into that theory. I have no doubt that there was and are several small group of folks who would benefit from that decision. But there is also the simple fact that there was not enough remaining gold left to back up the amount of paper money that needed to be in circulation to keep up with a growing economy. But it's a topic I have avoided rather consciously.
Well, look, the main thing is I'm by no measure a gold bug, and I would hope that you'd recognize that.
Also, to be blunt, you're running for the Pennsylvania State House. These are global economic issues that you and I are not going to solve here tonight.
No. But I'm just trying to point out, like, if you're looking for the reasons, it came out of this von Hayek and what's his name, Friedman,
Milton Friedman of the Chicago School of Economics,
right,
who was a major
School.
proponent of,
Right.
and is largely credited for selling Ronald Reagan the myth of trickle-down economics.
Right, right. And so this has been
the rebirth and repackaging of trickle-down economics.
Yeah, and it's been a total disaster in that now if China does not have any parity in terms of its currency with the United States, well, eventually, first we mentioned Mexico once the runaway shop was moving into the South. Then they're going into Mexico because, the peso was that much, devalued. So it was cheaper to get things done. Before that, it was nearly impossible to work around that parity system under the gold settlement system where you had, you didn't have fluctuating currency. So taking us off fluctuating currencies, whether it was done intentionally or they just made a big mistake, is a disaster. It's been a disaster for Western civilization and this country. When you're saying that the workshop of the world is going to be mostly Southeast Asian countries and people that are in, countries with currency prices that are much lower than ours. So, obviously, if I'm elected,
it's been a disaster for the 99%. It hasn't been a disaster for the folks up at the top. That's
of course.
Let's delineate that a tiny bit here. And that's not splitting hairs, by the way. That's just being plain about it. It's been a disaster for the 99%. It has not been a disaster for the folks at the top. They have made out wonderfully.
Right.
They've made out wonderfully. Remember, folks, 90% of all the stock are owned by 10% of the people. They're doing great. They're not just doing well. They're doing great. Mm-hmm. Really great. Really great. So this shipping, this wholesale picking up of America's industrial base, picking it up and plopping it over to the Far East has been exceptionally beneficial to a very, very small slice of the American population.
Yeah.
Walmart has an entire division now. Walmart has an entire division that will help you move your manufacturing to China. And by the way, if you want to sell your goods there, they will strongly encourage you to do so with a wink and a nod that if you really want to sell your stuff there, you're going to want to move. Oh, and by the way, we'll help you do it, which is also profitable for them because it's part of their business. So, again, this is a complete restructuring of the American economy that a very, very, very small slice of people have gotten fabulously wealthy on. The four richest people in the country hold more wealth than the bottom 60% of America. Disgusting. All of the 83% of the new wealth created since 1980 has gone to the top 1%. All of the new wealth, all of it since 2000 has gone to the top 1%. And oh, by the way, the bottom 99% has had nearly $1 trillion in new wealth extracted from it since the year 2000. We have crossed, ladies and gentlemen, we have crossed a very, very, very serious Rubicon in this country where no longer is wealth inequality just, and I say just in almost in a vastly oversimplistic way. No longer does just all the new wealth go to the top. They're now sucking it out of us.
Yeah.
If you are not, I'm going to make a purchase this week, by the way. I'm going to make a purchase this week. I'm pretty sure I'm going to make a purchase this week. I think I can budget it. Yet again, I'm put the show further in the red as far as its budget. I'm going to make a purchase this week. I'm going to buy a whiteboard, a dry erase board. I'm going to put it somewhere in here. And I'm going to put it somewhere close to here. And I'm going to write a very simple message on it, folks. And I don't mean to steal Adam's time, but we have, we'll have as much time as he's willing to stay. I'm going to put a very simple message on it, folks, and it's going to say, make me an economic argument. Because I do have this argument with self-identified Republicans a lot online. Because, again, the Facebook page, the Facebook home for this program, that other side of information, obviously is open and operates well beyond the time frame that the program is on the air. It's always there, like anything on Facebook. It's always there 24/7. We can be reached, and I post articles there all week long. And I will occasionally get some pushback from self-identified Republicans, and the issues that they decide to push back on are always related to faith, God, guns. They will find the one racial protester who lit a garbage can on fire, something along those lines. I never hear an economic argument. I never hear a positive Republican economic argument. And when I say never, I mean never. Never. So I think I'm going to have to purchase a dry erase board. I'm going to put it right here next to me that just says, make me an economic argument, because I never hear one. If you are not part of the economic top 1%, there literally is none, zero, none, not one, zero, not one. Did you hear me? Not one reason why you should be voting Republican, period.
Yeah.
Not exactly. One.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Whatever your faith instructs you on different issues, like, I'm not even going to say what other issues are. You know what I'm talking about, folks. Whatever your faith may instruct you on those issues, then awesome. I think that's wonderful. It's the beauty of this nation. If you'd like to fill, I talked about this last week at the end of the program, and I shouldn't be stealing time away from Adam to get into this, but if you want to fill your attic with 100 different guns, my dad had 100 different guns, then okay. But when you can't feed yourself, what does an attic full of 100 guns do you? If you can't see a doctor, what does an attic full of 100 guns do you? What does your protesting outside of a baker who wants to make a cake for a gay couple do you? When your kid has 45 kids in their public school class with a leaky roof, what does that get you? These are economic things that we're talking about now. This is economics we're talking about.
Yeah, I would go even further.
There's a lot of rich people created after the New Deal was instituted, I guarantee you. I know
Jeff,
it's easy to find. And a lot of big companies. Some of the world's largest corporations were created and grew during the New Deal. It's history. Just have a look. It's one of the wonderful things about the internet. It's the sum and total of all human history and knowledge at your fingertips. Have a look. It's right there. Just use DuckDuckGo if you don't want your history searches tracked. And if that doesn't bother you, then use Google. It's right there. Just have a look.
Well,
Adam, that brings us to probably what, about 2 years ago? Yes? Or maybe 3 or 4 years ago, when you decided to enter this wonderful circus that is politics. Well, does it not, or am I too soon?
A little bit too soon. So I around 2010, I kind of made the conscious decision that I was going to try to get more involved in actual local government and politics. So in 2011, I was thinking about maybe trying to get on the ballot, actually as an independent. But then when I realized, actually Congress, and that was the old 10th, and that was just not going to happen. But I figured, what the heck, I'll be a protest candidate, if anything. But just I think I would have needed over 7,000 signatures, which is not going to happen. So then I retrenched, and I registered as a Democrat. in 2014. So I've been working with the Democratic Party, and it's been awesome. My values align very closely with pretty much 99% of what we promote as a party. So it's fantastic. And so since 2015 is when I made my first actual run for office. I ran for county commissioner, and I was recruited by a friend of mine who wanted to run, and we wanted to run as a team. So there were 2 Republicans and 1 Democrat on the commissioners board. So we ran, and I lost narrowly in the primary to Charlie Garris. He's not a commissioner anymore. He lost in the last election.
And this would have been in Monroe, am I correct?
Monroe, yeah, I'm sorry. Yep. Monroe County. I live in Monroe County. I live in Middle Smithfield. So unfortunately didn't make it. It was tough because I really wanted the job. It would have been a lot of fun. So then 2018 comes along, and a friend of mine in the party says, you want to run for state rep? And we had spoken to the county chair at the time, and everything was a go. And so I went into the race. Someone else did enter the race afterwards in late summer, early fall. So there was a primary. I won the primary, but then I lost to Rosemary in the general. Rosemary Brown is my opponent in this race. She's the current state representative. She's a 5-term incumbent Republican. So lost in that election by about 16 or 17 points. It was a little upsetting. I thought I could have came a little closer, but I had significantly cut the losses from our 2016 race because the Democrats didn't turn out that year, and my friend DeMary had run, and I thought she was a great person, great candidate, but the Democrats really did not come out that year, and we are suffering from those consequences now. So in 20,
and this is 16. Let's just keep.
That was 16.
This is 2016 that we're referring to.
Right. So when I ran in 2018, I cut those losses in half, which was great. We worked really hard. We did raise some decent funds for the campaign, although not quite what I needed. And so I vowed to run again once I lost. I said, I'm not done with this fight. I still think I got a shot at it, and I'm going to make another go. And so ever since then, it's been full steam ahead, and we're in the race now. So that's pretty much the broad outlines of my political history and who I am.
Your district, if I recall, I'm working from my memory, actually has a Democratic voter registration advantage.
Yeah.
By 7 points.
In presidential years, it's 7.7%, and in midterm years, it's a little over 3, about 3.5. So I ran in that first midterm year, and with that 3.5 point, and the Democrats started coming out because we did take Matt was reelected. We did take some House seats, which was great. The governor was reelected, which was great. So we took some congressional seats too, which was also good. So unfortunately, that didn't translate down into my district, but I think we can change things around. So yeah, we have 18,500 plus registered Democrats, 15,000 plus registered Republicans, and that has changed. So we're seeing more people register Democrat, and independents tend to swing the vote. So that's about 8,000 votes.
So what are you seeing? What are the differences that you're seeing this go round, this 2020 that you, in comparison to 18? What are you seeing?
Well, in terms of I see it kind of like all flowing down from the national politics on down. So in the primary, just to kind of give you an example, the Democrats came out 3-1, had requested the mail-in ballot, and so I was the first candidate to ever beat Rosemary Brown in a head-to-head race, even though it wasn't the general. She had no opponent, I didn't. So, technically,
your primary was a mini a general election preview. It was a mini general election insofar as,
Right.
just to make it very clear, just to be very, very clear about it for everyone watching and listening, you had no primary opponent.
No.
And she had no primary opponent.
No.
So the primary, even in a COVID era, was a mini general election. It was a general election preview of sorts.
Yeah, to a degree, yeah.
And you registered more primary votes for you than she did for her.
Almost 1,000. So we had a 22% victory. And that is significant because now it shows that the Democrats are coming out like worms after a thunderstorm. Yeah, it's amazing.
Not the prettiest picture, but I think we get it.
Yeah, well, I mean, Democrats are en masse. They are motivated and they want to vote. So
would you say then that's the biggest difference that you're seeing from 18 to 20 is the Democratic voter enthusiasm?
Without a doubt.
What about we tend to do, the folks that do this for a living, like myself, when I'm wearing my other hats, when I'm not the presenter of this program, I am obviously deeply involved in politics. We tend to get a bit myopic sometimes, and we tend to look at things as either one way or the other. And we tend to, I think, very much too often think of things entirely in the two parties. We tend to very often forget about the folks in the middle who are either independents or completely, they're simply not a party affiliated. They're registered voters. They vote. They're involved in the process. They watch the news. They're informed, but they are simply not party affiliated.
No.
What have you seen from 16 to 18 to 20 for those folks in the middle that continue to be non-party affiliated, or will tell you that they're independents, or what's the difference? What have you seen with those folks?
They are scared, and they're very scared of what another Donald Trump presidency could mean. And like I said, these things kind of tend to flow down top to bottom. And I do think that there will be significant down ballot repercussions for Rosemary Brown, my opponent. The major issue, and I think that this is really around the COVID response, I think mainly, because
Monroe was hit very hard.
Real hard.
Monroe was one of the very first quote unquote red, and I don't mean red Republican, but red COVID counties.
Right.
Because you have a very high commuter population there, as we do in Northampton, as they did in Lehigh, as they did in Bucks and Montgomery following the Delaware River. You have a very high commuter population there coming in from the east, from Northeast New Jersey, and even from New York City. I don't know how anybody makes that commute from the Poconos all the way to the city, but they do it all the way across New Jersey. So you have a high commuter population there. So you were a COVID red county.
Yeah. Yes.
So
early
the response, very quickly. Yes. Very early on from March straight out the gate. So that has been something in the feedback as you've campaigned in this new era. That's feedback that is coming back to you, that this COVID response from the national government has just not been
happy. Not happy at all. Not happy in terms of the health aspect, not happy in terms of how, like, a Rooseveltian response. I mean, you want to use a war footing as a scenario. I just use this as an analogy, but there was never any freeze in place. And that would have been very easy for a real president who's going to use the powers of the executive office to have a freeze in place. And that meant on foreclosures, homes, rents, mortgage payments, jobs. There was never any freeze. Corporations got bailed out, and the people had to wait for, the CARES Act, which was petty and minuscule compared to what the corporations got in terms of these CLOs and things like that as part of the CARES Act, which they're going to leverage as part of their, in terms of how they leverage their capital reserves in these banks. So we gave the banks $485 million for their CLOs to be parsed out by BlackRock, which is in and of itself a crime. So this is the Fed giving a private corporation the right to parcel out the bailout money for the CLOs. That's corrupt right there. But then it's like, oh, let's turn around and now we got to think about how we're going to help the population survive this. And oh, well, let's have a debate about, $3 or $4 trillion to actually help people stay in their homes. And that was just pathetic. And there's a conscious recognition, maybe not in terms of all the specifics that I might have just outlined, but just, damn, I mean, like if this is the way we're going to fight a war, which he said we were on a war footing, and this is Trump says, well, this is a war. Okay, I'm going to treat this like, I'm going to utilize the industry,
Defense
War
Authorization
Production Act. I'm going to utilize the War Production Act, but never really doing it. So they're very upset about that. So case in point, if it wasn't a pandemic year, if this wasn't the overriding factor, or it was a normal quote unquote normal election year, in this area, property tax would be the main issue. Okay, so my opponent came out with a mailer. We just got it the other day. Okay, because she's got the money to do it. So she came out with the mailer, and what do you think the issue is? Her response and the Republican Party's response to the COVID crisis. All right, her response, and I'm like,
which in the Commonwealth has been nothing short of a circus.
It's a total circus, exactly.
It's been a sideshow circus response. And I am saying that as someone whom, if you are a regular listener to this program, you will know that I have said on more than one occasion, if you are not from inside the Commonwealth, and we have listeners literally around the globe and across the country through all of our various platforms, the governor of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is Tom Wolf. He is a member of the Democratic Party. He is in his second term. His response to this crisis has not been perfect, but it has been an actual response. Mm-hmm. The criticisms, as there have been many, from and attacks, flat out, head-on attacks from the party opposite have been nothing short of cartoonish.
Exactly.
And they have been attack for the sake of attack. Mm-hmm. They have not been constructive. They have not been dialogue. They have not been suggestive of a different course. They have been nothing other than rock throwing and mudslinging. Mm-hmm. And they've been nothing other than what you would expect. Again, party opposite is now, it is a Trump Republican Party.
Yeah, exactly.
They have learned everything they are currently doing from the head down. Right. And it's been a circus. It's been cartoonish. Like the clown, expect the circus. And that's exactly what it's been. 6:01 Eastern Time in the United States. This is the Kennedy Effect for 27 September 2020. Adam Rodriguez is my guest. He is the Democratic nominee and candidate for the Pennsylvania State House of Representatives from the 189th District that covers Monroe County and the southern half of Pike County. If you are not from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, you are unfamiliar with where we are talking about. You are talking about the Pocono Mountains, the recreation tourist area-ish area of the Pocono Mountains. Wherever you may be watching, listening on the 50 plus locations that we now share the program on Facebook, we thank you so very much for being with us, each and every one of you. If you are with us live or watching via a recording, and wherever that may be, thank you so very much. We are honored and humbled to be with you. I love this passion project, this program. We continue to march on and grow this program, and we thank you so very much. If you are at the Hot 101 Facebook page, Our Revolution National Facebook page, the Our Revolution Pennsylvania Facebook page, the Bethlehem City Democrats, the Easton Democrats, the Battleground Pennsylvania, the Lehigh Valley Young Democrats, Lehigh Valley Progressive Network. There's just so many pages. I will not be able to name all 50 because my brain doesn't work that well. So I will not be able to name everyone, but wherever it is, we thank you for being there. If you are at our home Facebook page for the program, that is called That Other Side of Information. That's our home Facebook page for the program. That's where the program lives on and survives in spirit every day in between live broadcasts. That's where we will see your name. That's where you can say hello. It's where you can drop in a comment or a question for myself, for Adam. You can add to the discussion, send your opinion, anything you wish to do. I will see it right over here on my iPad. You can contribute to the conversation. I will be putting up the phone number very shortly. To our friends and our family at hot101.net, thank you, thank you, thank you. As always, I am proud to be part of the hot101.net family, humbled and proud to be part of it. To DJ Lex, DJ Earl, and of course my partner, my dear, dear friend, heaven sent. There's no question about it. We meet certain people for a reason, and there is no doubt that April Riddick is divinely sent. And I am very, very fortunate to know her. There's just simply no other explanation for it. She is divinely sent. And so I'm very glad to know her. I wouldn't be here without her. So, and I know she's listening, so she can blush all she wants and then tell me how you don't need to say that stuff about me. Well, yes, I do need to say that stuff about you. So I'm very glad, very honored to know her, and I'm glad, and I wouldn't be here without her. So, hey, Hot 101, you don't know how to listen. It's super, super simple. Go to the main website page, hot101.net. You can get the apps for Hot 101 at the Apple App Store or the Google Play Store if you have an Android device, or just go to TuneIn Radio and search for hot101.net. And if you want to advertise on the program or you want to email us for any reason, you have folks that you think would be great guests on the program, you want to ask questions about the program, you are at some other media outlet, you want to talk about the program, just contact us. You email us at thatothercandidate@gmail.com. I happen to have the email box open right at this very moment. I don't see anything in there, but that's fine. I have the email open right now, thatothercandidate@gmail.com. And Adam Rodriguez is our guest, and the conversation continues. So, Adam, how about the obvious question, which I made it through the entire first hour without asking you this obvious question, and that is, you have run other campaigns in what are considered to be quote unquote regular times.
Right.
And then here comes COVID. Here's a curveball for you, kiddo. How's that going? How is it being a candidate in these times?
Well, that's a good question. I appreciate it. So it's a real double-edged sword, and I what I mean by that is on the one hand, you know, the coronavirus pandemic has created an atmosphere where, you know, normal campaigning is just not going to happen. We're not doing any door-to-door. That was our strong suit in the 2018 campaign. We had meetings at my house every weekend where we would deploy out, because I worked, you know, at the time. We would meet on the weekends and deploy out and hit anywhere from 200 to 300 houses per day with our team of canvassers. And that was consistent throughout the whole race. And, you know, I think if I had probably a little more money, I could have came closer and maybe even won that race. I'm convinced of that. But anyway, so this time around, there's no canvassing. We're having to focus strictly on phone banking and texting. So the texting is actually much more productive for us in that, you know, it's always great to phone and call people. And I actually had some good conversations today because I phone banked for Back to Blue, which is our operation we're running here in the state. So, and talking to people in my district, which was good. So I had some good conversations, but that was that wasn't an anomaly. That wasn't the norm. Normally I maybe reach 3 or 4 people out of a couple hundred, and I'm lucky if I can just get a word in edgewise and this might hang up, you know. So people are just not answering their phones. However, with the texting, there's a very good follow through with at least 99% of the people at least opening their phones. So I make sure that my name is there twice. You know, want to make sure I get they see my name, get that recognition. And then also if it's like an issue oriented text, or if it's something organized around making sure people are applying and getting their mail-in ballots, sending it out really quickly, we'll have that little message in there. So, you know, the open rate's very high, but the active response, if there's like a question and answer or just a one-word response, it gets lower to higher based upon age. So lower, like 18 to 25, there's like a 10 to 13% response rate. Whereas if we go higher up into the mid 50s, they have a response rate of about 33%. So, you know, they might not be.
The old folks like you and me are actually answering you more.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, there's some hope for us.
well, the thing is with the phone banking, we're generally calling landlines for the most part, right? And if you're not, people just don't answer their phone if you're calling to have a conversation. I think it's spam.
So did I hear it incorrectly, just in case I missed it, and I may have? The texting though, you're getting better responses from the older folks in the texting?
Yeah, for sure. Mm-hmm.
Hey, there's hope for us old guys. Yay, with our tech, huh? How about us? Hey, we can answer a text. Yay.
Well, look, Jeff, you brought it up before, and you mentioned the independents or people that are just not involved in politics, whether it's Democrat or Republican or whatever, is they're outside of this conversation, which we should be cognizant of.
Well, I think we make too much of a. I think for folks that are in this world, in this politicking world, and again, I speak to candidates every single day. I do campaign advising every single day. I do think for folks that should know better, and that's me too. It's not everybody else. I'm not immune from it. I do it every day. We tend to cast everything inside the realm of members of the Democratic Party and Republicans. And we tend to very much always forget about the good-hearted, good-intentioned, well-informed folks in the middle. The folks who will either tell you to your face that they are independents, or who simply are just non-party affiliated, and they may not make that final decision until they literally tap the name on or punch the card, however it is you vote across the country, tap the screen or whatever, however it is you do it, or fill it in, or you stick it back in the envelope, both envelopes, and put it in the mail, however it is you vote across the country. But they don't, when they're agonized over that decision, and they don't make that decision until the very last moment. We tend to sometimes talk past those folks in the middle, not because we're not trying to reach them, but when we're talking about data and analytics and numbers and win totals and registration numbers, and we tend to forget those folks in the middle. We have to talk to those folks in the middle. They're just as engaged as any of the rest of us. They're important. They mean a lot to us. We have to talk to those folks, and they're
without a doubt.
If they're reading, hopefully they're reading a text and they're reading it. They're answering the phone too. I hope so.
Well, the reason that I brought it up is that
because you need those folks too.
Oh yeah, of course.
You need those folks. They're part of your numbers. They're part of your. They live there too, and if they vote for you, and if they don't vote for you, you're going to represent them as much, equally, just like everybody else in the district.
I have to. It's my responsibility. But look, to your point, is that the reason I brought it up is that obviously the independents swing the vote in this district. It's nearly 8,000 votes, so that's going to be key for me. But beyond that, it's my speculation as to why you see a higher response rate, especially as you get older and 55 plus, is because for a lot of people, especially when you go door to door, the analogy when you go door to door, sometimes this is the only time that they might have an interaction with a politician or be engaged in politics. So they want to take advantage of that and be like, hey, and by the way, there's no way I'm going to vote for you. You're a Democrat, or I don't like your position on property tax or whatever. But the response rate is there because, like I was saying, sometimes this is their only interaction. It's their only chance, other than when they go to vote, So I think and I think older people tend to be like, well, I have a responsibility. Younger people, I feel it's changing, but younger people tend to be more like, the future that I want isn't here yet. So I'm waiting for that. And I wish that they would be more like, no, I want to vote now. And I think that's changing. I'm like my son, who was completely apolitical. Now he's 21 years old, studying finance at school. He's especially after this year, completely changed 160, and he's thinking about he wants to maybe get involved in politics and run for office at some point. And I'm really proud of that. So,
So you mentioned the COVID response. We had a discussion about macroeconomics, but let's get into this a bit deeper. You are not running for national office. You're not running for president. You're not running for the United States House of Representatives. There are no senators up for election inside the Commonwealth this cycle. So what in the 189th, among the issues that you can address, and from your seat, what is this campaign about for you, Adam Rodriguez?
Oh, okay. All right. In terms of COVID, or just things that I would like to achieve?
We talked a little bit about COVID, but if you're elected and seated tomorrow, you can't cure COVID. You're not going to fix the COVID response.
Okay.
You and I can't fix the macroeconomics of the country and you can't fix it from the 189th.
No.
So you win the election, or even if you want to back off and just go from the campaign as you have campaigned throughout this cycle, what is it in the 189th as you do your virtual meetings and the little bit of because I know that you've done a precious few little bit of in-person campaigning,
right.
Safe and distanced campaigning, but you've done a tiny bit of in-person campaigning.
Well,
what is happening in the 189th? What are you hearing? What is it that you as a state rep can do? What are you hearing? What are the issues in the 189th? Because I do think that we do tend to, especially in a presidential year, we do tend to get buried in these national issues.
Yeah.
You can't fix the economy. You can't. You're not going to fix the national economy as one representative in the Commonwealth House of Representatives. You're not going to do that.
Not yet.
You can be a contributing voice on how the Commonwealth deals with its economy, but you're not going to fix the national economy. That's not happening.
Right.
And you're certainly not going to fix the national response to the COVID crisis. But what do you hear from inside your district? What are people telling you? Is it property taxes? Is it infrastructure? Is it schools? What is it? You tell me.
Well, okay. So we have a terrible problem with I don't want to say systemic poverty, because we do have poverty here in this county, at least from a countywide perspective. We have about 7.5% of the population living in outright poverty. And see, I think that's higher because the metrics that they use are massaged. That's at the federal level. The federal numbers they're using are not correct. So beyond that, there's what they call asset limited, income constrained, and employed. So this has been a study that was done by the United Way, which is a very respected organization. They did a county by county study. And according to them, those people that fall into that category are approximately 35,000 households in the county. And then there are another 7,500 households in the county that are either in outright poverty. So you put those two together and you've got 43,000 households throughout the entire county that are either in outright poverty or asset limited, income constrained, and employed, meaning they really don't own anything. They might have a lot of debt. They probably have 2 cars, both with a note on them and making payments or leased. a house that has a mortgage that needs to be
Mortgage.
paid. Yeah.
And
So
that's for Monroe. Can
that's
we
for
assume
Monroe.
can we assume that those numbers are roughly the same, probably for the area of Pike that you would be
If not higher.
representing, if not higher? Okay.
If not higher. Yeah, if not higher, because Pike has a much smaller population, but they're the areas that are wealthy within Pike are kind of subjected to maybe two areas, one around Milford and then one around maybe the Dingman's Ferry and then Bloom. So there's not a lot of, areas where you have an educated upper middle class or upper class strata of people adding to that overall economy. But the point is that minimum wage is huge for this area, because we have, and that if we were to raise it to $15 per hour, which all it's going to take is a majority in the House to do, which is another 9 seats, of which I would be proud to be one of those people, one of those representatives. We could get minimum wage passed out of the House. I think it would go through the Senate, even if we don't have a majority. The governor's plan is to stagger it into $15 an hour over a 3.5 or 4 year period. $15 per hour staggered in, and it would start already go right to 12 and change. I think 12.50. And the best the Republicans can do is, we'll do 9.25. I mean, this is just
And by the way,
embarrassing.
$15 an hour at 40 hours a week still
It's nothing. It's nothing. It's
still
nothing.
keeps
It's
you
nothing.
right at the federal
Really?
poverty line. By the way.
Yes. Yeah, without a doubt.
By the way.
Yeah,
What
I
else?
know.
So income and poverty is still it would be a big one of the big issues in the 189. What else is it you hear?
Well, the
unless you want to focus on that first, and then we can move on to a different topic. Well, what are the?
I just want to kind of just add to that, in that, being that we are a service sector and resort dominated region, especially for Monroe County and Pike, 62,000 people. I have a small percentage of it. And there are, I think, a few resorts up in Pike, but not nearly as much as there are down in the Monroe County area. And those resorts range from hotels, overnight stays, weekly stays, and then there's also this water park industry that we're building. We're considered the water park capital of the United States. So, and because the Poconos has seen at least 3 different generations or renaissances of the tourist industry. So that is an important part of the economy for now. Although at one time it was in the East Stroudsburg area a heavy manufacturing area where they had all kinds of textile manufacturing. There was an ironworks down in Stroudsburg. I think that there was a lawnmower factory. There was light industry. Okay, so we can possibly get back to that. Maybe not in that specific area, because that Broadhead Creek watershed area is so vital, and there's a conservation district down there, so that would be prohibited. But there's other areas of the counties where it would be safe enough to do manufacturing, and also maybe even heavy manufacturing, to add to that full set economy. So with the service economy here, you're talking jobs. People are domestics working at Shawnee down here where my wife works. They're making $10, $11 an hour. Sometimes when they get kids out of school, they're paying the minimum wage, or maybe $8 an hour. If you're part-time, there's no benefits. Where my wife happens to work, she is full-time, so she does get some benefits, but that's the exception to the rule. You have to be working for them. So, the pay is very low. It's substandard. The hours are long. And oftentimes it's based upon how much volume there is. In the summer, there's a lot of work. And in the winter, people vacation out here and go skiing. But in the spring and the fall, it's dead, so they might send you home early. And, and that's throughout the entire county. You've got Kalahari, you've got Camelback, Great Wolf. Got at least 3 big water parks. They're planning another one. They've got a plan for this Pocono Spring, which is a big retail operation in an area that's very environmentally sensitive. So, but my whole point is that, the service sector industry here they're not making nearly enough money. So between the minimum wage being raised to at least $15 an hour, and then at the state level, because this is what we can do at the state level, and then possibly bringing in a union to organize a lot of these domestics and people that are working in maintenance and service workers, busboys, things like that, we can start to see maybe, a domestic making $20 an hour, or maybe $40,000 a year, $45,000 a year, and they're working and they're part of like a 2-family income, and they're getting benefits as part of their union package. Okay, so I would want to bring in the SEIU into here and organize a lot of these workers. So that's a real prerogative for me on that's just one aspect of the economic piece.
And that is something that you're hearing. That's feedback. That's actual feedback that you're getting.
Wages are too low. Wages are too low. Period.
Low wages. And and again, now for the listeners and viewers from around or outside the Commonwealth, you may hear $10, $12 and think to yourself, well, sadly, throughout the country, you might hear that and think, well, it's not awful, which is just goes to show how beaten down we have become as a population. Yeah.
Exactly.
But if you are hearing that and thinking to yourself, well, how the heck can anybody survive on that? Well, I agree with you. I may be subject to it relatively soon myself, but that's not unusual for the area.
No.
When you say that folks there are making 10 to 12 or maybe a bit more if they're lucky, this is not an aberration in the area. This is pretty much standard.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So it's not like wages in that sector or in your area are unusually low. That's just sort of how it is, correct?
Pretty much, yeah. I would say that would follow suit through most of the state, except for maybe parts of Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. But then again, I don't know what kind of resort industry they have in that area. I mean, if you want to just take it from the perspective of hotel workers alone, you could. But in general, again, you've got a lot of moms that are.
Well, I mean, in general, for the Poconos area that you're in, those dollar numbers are pretty standard. That's not unusual. It's not unusually low. It's just sort of
that's the standard, exactly.
Yep.
Well, okay. Well, from a countywide perspective, your annual average household income, is $53,000 a year. That's two people with two kids, 4 people in a household. $54,000. Now I've heard higher figures, but that was in another ESU doesn't it? They do their yearly economic scorecard. They say it's 61, but I mean to me it's splitting hairs because what's $10,000? $10,000 extra dollars for a family could pay their property tax. I don't know, whatever. But to me, in terms of what we've been discussing and the immiseration of the middle class, that $53,000 should be $103,000. Okay, all right.
It also isn't. That study also may not be delineating who's working in New Jersey or in New York as opposed to working locally. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, exactly. It's a combined aggregate of
everyone
in Monroe County. That's the combined average income around 54. And then again, like I said, the quality of, if you're commuting into New Jersey, which is, we have about 23 to 25,000 people commuting into the metropolitan area through the Gap. Okay. And so those people, and not all of them from Monroe, they're coming from maybe even Lackawanna or Scranton and going all the way into the city. Okay. But the quality of life is just destroyed. You have no family. You have no family life. People go down into the metropolitan area, stay there for the entire week, and then come back and see their families. And I did that for 7 years, and I missed a large part of my kids growing up in high school during the week because I just couldn't be. It was just impractical for me to go back and forth every day. And not only just in terms of the cost for mass transportation, which is only bus, and that's another issue. We need rail out here desperately. We need to have this Delaware Water Gap opened up like yesterday. And that's just regular rail. That's not high-speed rail. That's just normal, conventional diesel rail. And they're planning an express route, so it might make it feasible in terms of time. I'm sure the cost would probably be astronomical. And the only way to handle that kind of, high cost for train service would be to make sure those people are making even better wages in the city so they can compensate for that high cost of transportation. That's my point. So yeah, it's a very low average median household income, which is around $53,000 a year. That's two people working, at least two, maybe more. Who knows? You know.
Who is it that you think is, I guess I'm asking you to speculate a little bit, which is always a tad dangerous, but who is it that you believe is actually raising this to you as an issue? Is it, I imagine just by numbers, by accident, some of the folks that are bringing this to your attention must be Republicans.
Oh, without a doubt. Oh my God! No question. This is not something that's strictly within party lines. Okay. The national, you know this, Jeff. The national average for people.
Well, I do, but we have a lot of folks listening. We're trying to explain it to them.
No,
I'm just saying, if you talk to 50 people a day, and 30 of them say wages concern me, the sheer numbers of it, just by darts on a dartboard, would say that at least someone who's mentioning to you, I think people here don't make enough. Somebody in that group would have to be a Republican. By accident, they'd have to be a Republican.
Way more than just one. But here's the thing.
Because you need, at least in theory, well, actually, in theory, you don't, but I would suppose all of the data and analytics that I have come across, not just from your district, but from districts across the Commonwealth, say that there are disaffected Republicans. And you have made a concerted effort. I happen to know this, again, for full disclosure for everyone listening and watching. Adam and I speak outside of this program. You have made an effort to speak to Republicans. You have approached them. Your doors are open. You have spoken to them. What is the case that you make is, let me rephrase it. Let me say it another way. Before I even finish the question, let me rephrase it. Bad lawyering here. Let me say it another way.
Okay.
You are approaching people who are self-identified as Republicans. You are approaching people who have voted for your opponent in 18, if not for multiple cycles. This is one of the issues that you are approaching them about. How do you couch this? How do you say to them, look, folks, I know you've been voting Republican for years and years and years. How do you say to them, this matters to you? Trust me, this matters to you. You deserve a better wage.
Right. Well, three things. One, there's a recognition across the entire spectrum that wages are low. Not everyone's going to believe that here in Monroe County and in Pike, but the majority of them will say, wages are low if you're working in the area, especially not if you're working out in New Jersey, but also here too. Now, within the Democratic Party, the statistics pretty much run at about, I think, 80 or 90% of Democrats believe that that's because most of the money is going to the top 10 and 1%. We both know that. We've talked about that. In the Republican Party, conversely,
I don't think it's even the 10%.
I know in the Republican Party, you have maybe 10 to 15% of the Republican Party that will say, yeah, most of that money is going to the top 10 or 1%, and it's under the auspices of crony capitalism. Okay, whatever. But my whole point is that the responses and the solutions to that problem are different from both the Republican and Democratic side, obviously. Okay, but the one thing that they do agree on is that, yes, the wages are a problem. So what I do is I address it from the Republican side. And what I mean by that is, like, I come in and I give them specific concrete examples of corporations in the state that are getting away with murder and not paying their taxes at all, practically. Okay. And I would go to a small business person, petty bourgeois, small business owner, and say, man, you've done a great job here. You're awesome. You've got a great business here. You're good people. You respect your customers. You have a fair price. This is a small business, mom and pop business here. And I say to them, did you know that we don't tax corporations out of the state here? And they go, oh my God, really? Because I pay almost 10%. And I go, yeah, well, guess what? A lot of the fracking companies, or maybe even some of the banks that are, or maybe even Walmart. Oh my gosh, yeah, Walmart. They're incorporated out of the state. And you know what? They're paying zero taxes here in the state because they're incorporated in Delaware or an offshore account or in another state where there's no taxation or maybe a lower tax, okay? So that kind of ticks them off. And I'm like, well, Mr. and Mrs. Small Business Owner, why is it that you would vote for my opponent that doesn't even address that issue or would even lie to you about the figures concerning just how much is being extracted out of the state and not into the pockets, your pockets as a business person or your customers who could be making that, savings in terms of maybe overpaying for a price in terms of monopoly kind of thing going on with Walmart, especially. So what I would say to them is, do you think that that's fair? And I'll give them even more local specific examples. And when they see that, they're like, oh yeah, okay, well, maybe you got a point. I'm like, yeah, I got a point. So I'm not just, because their reaction is going to be, Mr. Adam Rodriguez, darn if I don't know it, you're a socialist. And I'm just going to say, well, wait a second. Did we go around this country having a tax rate during the New Deal period in the 50s during Eisenhower for the top 1% personal income tax rate as high as 91% or 90+% under the Roosevelt administration? Okay. So were we socialists back then when we had the highest standard of living in the world? Or do you not even know what the hell you're talking about, which is probably more likely? Thank you.
Only over $4 million in today's dollars, too, by the way.
I mean, it's obscene. So like
not on the entirety of your income, the way it is being
on over four. Yeah, right.
The way right-wing hate radio, the way right-wing hate media would tell you that is 91% on your entirety of your income, which is patently 100% false. It's only above a certain percentage or above a certain income level, which in today's dollars, going back to the New Deal, would be over $4 million.
Yeah, and that's nothing, quite frankly. You know what I'm saying? So, and they don't even want to pay a higher tax on that. And I'm like, oh my gosh. Now there have been proposals to do it on Ace in the Congress. The one Ocasio-Stewart-Cortez said, I don't know, 70 or 71%. I think.
Well, Bernie was talking about raising it back to 50. Elizabeth Warren has discussed the wealth tax, as high as up into the 90s for anything above 50 million. But the difference between hers, of course, is it is a wealth tax that is about all, not just income, but all wealth. That's stocks, that's property, that's your yachts and your private jets, that's everything, that's wealth.
Right. But Jeff, how does that go from? How does me trying to correct that, in their minds, in a Republican's mind, or my opponent's mind, because she came out with literature saying that I was a socialist, okay? How does that go from me trying to bring in equity and fairness in the marketplace, in the economics, to, oh, you're a socialist? And that's just so obscene. It's ridiculous.
I'm going to ask you a question right after this. It's 6:36 Eastern Time in the United States. This is the Kennedy Effect for 27 September 2020. Adam Rodriguez is my guest, the Democratic nominee and candidate for the Pennsylvania State House of Representatives from the 189th District. Thank you, Facebook, wherever you are watching. We appreciate it, live or recorded. We are just grateful that you are here. That other side of information is where we will see your questions and comments. It's been a very, very quiet chat this week. There is a question in there from George that I will get to in just a moment, but I have a question in my head that I hope I do not forget. Hot101.net. Thank you, family. Thank you, Hot101.net. We appreciate you being here, and I am proud and humbled to be part of the Hot101.net family. You can listen to Hot101.net on the apps and through the main website, Hot101.net. The Apple App Store, the Google Play Store for Android, and the TuneIn Radio app. Just search for hot101.net. You can advertise on this program. If you have a small business, product, service, anything that you want to get out there to the planet, thatotherkennedy@gmail.com. Show questions, suggestions, yell, scream, kick, thatotherkennedy@gmail.com. Adam, there is a question in the chat from George. I will get to it. I will not miss it, but I want to ask you this before my brain closes off and I forget. $3.2 billion annually in subsidies to the fossil fuel industry. Is that socialist? Because the answer is yes.
The answer is yes, but that's corporate socialism. I mean, like,
correct.
This gets back to what does they call it?
Now that's just inside for everyone else. I'm going to steal Adam's answer. I'm going to answer the question for him, not because he can't answer it, because I'm going to answer it for him. Taking presenter's prerogative here. Inside the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is given, handed, free money to the fossil fuel industry annually. That means each and every year. Over $3 billion. It's actually about 3.2. Over $3 billion in tax incentives, giveaways, rebates, blah, blah. $3 billion. Sounds a hell of a lot like socialism to me, Adam.
Yeah, it does. And that's what this whole idea of privatizing profits and socializing losses. That's what corporate America has been very good at. Now, that as a percentage of the discretionary budget would be about 9%, 3% of our average discretionary budget. Wouldn't that be?
I'm very careful when I use these terms, because I think, again, I think sometimes we very much not intentionally, I think sometimes we throw terms out that are somewhat denigrating, and even when we do not mean it, he tried to say, as he trips over his own tongue, he tried to say, we do throw these terms out, and they can be taken in the wrong spirit, even when we do not mean a bad spirit. But when we are speaking to the quote unquote person on the street Republican, the self-identified Republican, the quote unquote average Republican, the Republican who is not a party official, who is not part of the 1%, who is not an elected official, it seems to me that we have to make the case to these folks that this party, their party, has nothing for them. Literally nothing for them. And it would seem to me that this is one of those areas where, especially inside our Commonwealth, where that case can be made
easily,
rather clearly and rather easily, that it is your party primarily who has been the dominant power inside the Commonwealth for at least the last 30 years, if not 50. Has handed, and sadly they've had some Democratic help, handed this large pot of money away to an industry that does not need it, but you did and do need it. We also have the highest and most expensive gas tax in the entire nation, but you can't afford a doctor, and your roads are falling apart, and your water is probably contaminated. What is it where is the disconnect? What am I missing? Because again, I'm swear to God, I'm getting that whiteboard. I'm going to put it right here. Make me an economic argument. Where is the disconnect?
There's none. There's none. I mean, like,
but there is a disconnect.
Oh yeah, no.
These folks continue to go into the booth, figuratively or literally. They go into the booth and push the button. Where's the disconnect? What am I missing? What are we as a Democratic Party? Because I refuse to use the word Democrat because I won't fall into McCarthyism and Frank Luntzism.
Yeah.
Where are we as a Democratic Party missing the target here? What are we missing? You're out there. You're making the argument. Where are we missing the argument?
All right. Well, so as a candidate within the Republican Party, and then as again the Democratic Party, but within the Republican Party, we know. I mean, I'm going to try to answer this as best as possible. They tend to focus on cultural populism, right? So there's no real solutions with that. It's just I'm going to put a cowboy hat on.
Right. There's no. I'm going to stop you.
They're tough guys.
Sorry,
tough
but I'm
guys.
going to stop you. You're right. In one sentence, and not even finishing the sentence, you answered the question.
Yeah.
There is no answer to fear, is there?
There's no answer to fear.
There's no answer to fear, is there? Be afraid. Be afraid. Brown people are coming across the border. Be afraid.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well,
be afraid. Those two guys want to get married.
Sure,
be afraid.
Sure.
That woman over there,
of course,
wants to actually decide what to do with her own body.
Mm-hmm.
Be afraid. Mm-hmm. Be very, very afraid.
Look, my dad's
afraid. Be afraid. Be afraid. Be afraid.
Jeff,
I'm still waiting. I imagine they're still coming. I guess they're still coming because Wayne LaPierre said they were coming. The black suited UN troops that are coming to door to door from President Obama in conjunction with President Obama to literally pound the door down and take everyone's guns. They're still coming, I assume, because Wayne LaPierre said they were. I'm waiting because he said they were coming in 2008. I'm guessing they're still coming. I'm guessing that they're still coming.
Corrupt. Come on, man.
Right. I'm guessing they're still coming. Because he said so. I want to ask George's question. He was kind enough to put a question in the chat. And
I gave you an answer. I gave you an answer to that question. Is that
you kind of did? Well, because why do we use cultural or quote unquote social issues? Because you can't answer them. So you get to use these social issues literally for decades.
Yeah, but more importantly,
decade. You can't answer them, can you? You can't answer fear.
No, you can't. But Jeff, more importantly, just think about how demonic it is, almost satanic for anyone in the Republican Party. This guy, Kevin Phillips, that cooked up this cockamamie Republican with Southern strategy. All right. Just think about how stupid and idiotic it is. The man should be ashamed of himself.
It goes back to Roger Stone in the 60s.
Right, they should all be ashamed of themselves. They're disgusting people. They're clowns. Look, for them, they're fought their stupidity, and their anti-intellectual foppish solutions are just ridiculous. You say, oh my God, the biggest problem in the United States here is those damn blacks got the right to vote. And now they're going to be desegregating the schools, and it's the end of the world. And what does the Republican Party do? Oh, gee, let's latch onto that whole strategy. That's how Nixon won his first and second terms, right? And Trump's the exact same thing. They're a joke. Your entire party is a joke, okay? A joke. You want to come over to the Democratic Party? Come on over. Then what's going to happen, I've been talking about Jeff for this a long time. I want to maintain the name. I like the franchise. We're going to have a split. All you Wall Street Democrats can go have your own. But we're going to keep the Democratic Party because this is the party of the people. All right? No matter what you say. It's always been there that way ever since Roosevelt basically changed the whole thing around. All right? And I'm damn proud of that. And I'm a Roosevelt Democrat, which is why I have this book here like this. Okay? You see, FDR is my man. All right? But this whole this is a party that's dying. It's moribund. It's already dead. And if your standard bearer Trump wins, guess what? It's a lose-lose situation for you. Didn't go very well for Adolf Hitler, did it? Some Central European countries like Muslim didn't go too well for them, huh? Okay. All right. So that ends that story. So goodbye, Republican Party. Come on to the Democratic Party. Bring your right-wing values over here, and then we'll split it off. But that party shouldn't even exist anymore. All right. It's been a destruction of this entire country, quite frankly.
Let me ask George's question. I actually do not know this. I should know this. We have plenty of them in the Lehigh Valley. I do not know if you have them up there by you. Are there Amazon jobs in your district?
Yeah, there are. There's go ahead. Oh, in my district? No, not in my district.
Not in the 189.
No.
I do happen to believe, in reference to George's question, most Amazon jobs start higher than the PA minimum wage. They generally start in the 15 range, usually not higher, but generally in the 14 to 15 range. What do you think we know that Amazon is notorious in its anti-union
Union.
activities.
Right.
What can the Commonwealth do to remember, actually, Eisenhower himself in 1956 ran on expanding protections and expanding the ability for workers to join unions. What can the Commonwealth do? What can Adam Rodriguez do when, if and when you are elected to represent the 189? What can you do? What can the Commonwealth do to protect workers and expand their ability to join unions if they wish to do so?
Yeah. Okay. So again, like when I mentioned minimum wage getting passed within the first week or two, maybe. Let's go to the next thing, and that's part of a platter of things that we think we can get passed pretty quickly. And I would say the Workplace Freedom Act, which basically would allow, it's card check. So this would allow a person that's working in a company without a union to work with a union organizer to come in without any repercussions from the
employer,
from the corporation, from management, without them trying to, disallow you or throw you out or fire you from your job. So there'll be no fear from that. And they would have the necessary protections to organize a union and collectively bargain. So that is something that was sponsored and introduced by Maureen Madden. She's a legislator in the next district over, the 115th. She's a friend of mine, and honestly, that's something that we can work very closely with and get passed pretty quickly. And that will go a long way to making workplace protections to form a union collectively bargain just that much easier. So I would sign on to that in a nonce. Yeah.
And that legislation does not force
that
any company to have a union. It simply allows the workers there to have a vote for one if they choose to do so. Right.
They can make that vote. Now it's sitting in committee. I think it's in Labor and Industry, and it hasn't even come out of committee yet. But it needs to be. If it's going to take a forced resolution, then we'll make a resolution to force it out of committee so it can be voted on the floor. But I don't see any reason why we shouldn't be able to vote on that right away to allow people to decide whether or not they want to have a union in their shop.
For anyone watching, for you folks that are watching, you good folks, you good, honored, welcome folks that are watching on Facebook, you see the phone number on the screen, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. It never changes, folks. It's the same number every week. 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189 for the good folks and the family, our friends and family, brothers and sisters listening on hot101.net. And you can hear the number. I'm giving it to you now, 267-227-9189. The lovely little piece of software, Google Voice, is open right now, and that will allow you to reach myself and or Adam. If you have questions for Adam, questions for me, questions for the program, feel free. That line, that one sole solitary line is open right now, so we can take one at a time, but the line itself is open right now, 267-227-9189. I do think that's an important thing to mention, though, too, Adam, because that piece of legislation does not force companies to accept unions. It simply allows workers to make the choice, to have a vote. And even that vote is almost like a second vote, because they have the vote only if the majority chooses to even have the vote. Right. So they get it simply allows them to have a vote. But so wages, we had a little bit of discussion on wages. What else in the 189 is happening? I know that there's a lot of discussion about the expansion of Interstate 80.
Oh, yeah.
I assume environmental issues are a big deal in the Poconos because and that is heavily related to tourism because to an extent, I mean, really, if you think about it, all tourism in the Poconos is kind of ecotourism as a matter, you ski down a mountain. The mountains look beautiful in the fall because the trees change color, and they're beautiful in the spring because the trees bloom. and you ski down snow. And if it's too hot, you can't make snow and it doesn't snow naturally. In the summer, you can't fish and you can't do anything else if you have a poison stream. Tell me about the other issues inside the 189. I may have led you unnecessarily. I want you to answer. Is it environment? Is it infrastructure? What are the other issues in your district?
All right. Well, I mean, it's all of them. Now, in terms of importance,
or that you hear, maybe that you're getting back.
Well, look, in terms of issues that are important to people, it's, again, a pocketbook issue. I don't want to go in too much in depth with it because I could go on forever, quite frankly. But the property tax issue is a real problem for people up here. Pennsylvania, obviously people know, I think we're the fourth oldest state in the country, and Monroe County and Pike are probably some of the oldest as far as the counties goes, because we're rural. We have a larger population than most rural counties. We're rural in most parts, but so we do have a large senior population. And so that's a real problem because they're on fixed incomes, and them having to pay anywhere from 2 to 3 to maybe 4 or 5 times more than the state average, depending on what school district they're in. It's a real disaster. Back in 2015, we led the state, if not even maybe the country, on a per household basis on an aggregate level in terms of foreclosures. This is the year I ran for commissioner, we were at around 250 foreclosures per month. And most of those were kind of like effects from people not being able to pay their mortgage that had been affected by the economic and this mortgage-backed security collapse in the real estate market, because that had not been completely washed out. But the majority were seniors that just could not pay their property taxes because they were on fixed incomes. So they were forcing between buying food and medicine to stay alive and paying their property taxes. So we need to get that taken care of here. There have been solutions in terms of complete property tax elimination. As you and I have discussed, that is a possibility. However, prove to me that corporations can pay their fair share of taxes, and we can have a more progressive personal income tax so that the top 1% and 10% are paying their fair share. Then I might think about that, but we don't have that right now. We have the uniformity clause at the personal income tax level that really kind of like hits working class people a lot more. So we need to change that around. So until those things are taken care of and changed, and you can prove that to me, I don't want to discuss complete property tax elimination, because there could be, it's kind of irresponsible, and there could be exogenous effects in terms of, you're in the middle of an economic collapse, even say worse than what we're having now in the Depression. How do you plan on raising funds to subsidize your property tax elimination here throughout the entire state? How do you plan to fund property tax on an increased sales tax of, like I said, really 1% and a 2% increase to your personal income tax, because you're having lower receipts? So it's what they call a dollar for dollar swap. And quite frankly, I don't think that's a solution, especially when we're talking about the fact that we don't have a severance tax on liquefied natural gas. Still, the only state in the country doesn't have one. We do not have we have the Delaware loophole, which is at least $4.5 or $5 billion a year that's not being collected. Then we got rid of the capital stock and franchise tax. So unless we're seeing other revenue come in, I just don't see it being feasible, because I've talked to some state senators that say that the property tax is the most steady source of income that they apply towards that general discretionary fund to then give out to the various counties through human services and whatever service they're applying. So the property tax issue is huge.
Isn't the property tax one of those really interesting cross-party issues that should actually bring Pennsylvanians together? But the rub here is the way that Republicans want to eliminate it, because their plan, as I understand it, and please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, their plan, as I understand it, will actually cost folks more money in the long run, because it spreads that burden out over a range of different taxes and increased fees and so on, that it will actually cost them more money in the long run, while the largest corporations and richest people get away again yet scot-free.
Yes.
Whereas a Democratic plan will actually have those folks chip in for once.
Right.
But yet the principle of it is something that everyone can agree on.
Mm-hmm.
And is actually quite a good idea, because funding schools through the property tax has never been the proper way to do it from its inception.
Really, no.
And it's actually the way of doing that has always been, it's been a way of rich districts keeping their money and poor districts suffering because they don't have a property tax base to start with. It's always been rooted in classism and racism.
Right.
The best way to balance it out is to eliminate it as a funding mechanism. But the rub here, the kind of the dirt in the details, is under the Republican plan, poor and middle class people will actually pay more money.
Yeah, of course.
And the richest and the largest will get away with it again. Democrats have said, we actually kind of agree here. We should get rid of this as a funding mechanism, except it's the folks who continue to get away with it need to finally chip in. Mm-hmm. This really should be an issue that both parties that we do actually agree on, and that Republican voters should be looking to their Democratic incumbent elected officials and candidates to say, we want to hear you out on this because we don't want to get it stuck to us again.
Oh yeah. Well, the state average is around $1,500 a year. That's pretty low. That's actually the average. Monroe County is, I think, the 53rd highest in the country in terms of the property tax that we pay based upon per capita income. Okay, so we're not a very wealthy county. We're a little bit below the median. Okay. Then, like I said, if you apply that property tax as a percentage of people's per capita income, we are 53rd in the country. So that just gives you an idea of how bad the problem is here, because there's at least 4 school districts that overlap the county, and then my district would have at least actually 4 school districts. So,
and the Commonwealth itself is 46th in the nation in education funding.
Yes, lowest. Yes, on the bottom.
Low. 46 out of 50. Right, 4th from the bottom. 46 out of 50.
It's
the northernmost Confederate state.
It's look, if just from that one point alone, you would have to step back and look at this problem with the state being a battleground state. That explains everything. This state has been so exploited. It's just unbelievable. And people have constantly come through the past 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, come through this state, and they looked at this area they call the T, and they're constantly like perplexed, like, oh gee, what's the problem? The problem is Reconstruction was never really finished. All the prospects of the old New Deal to go into these areas and bring in industry, to have a multifaceted economy, to educate these people in the what they call the T. Okay, and I don't mean to say that in a derogatory way. These people, I mean like people that live in the T. They need to be properly educated, going into secondary, then high school. College. And then moving on to maybe even master's program. And if that's not for them, they want to go into a vocational trade, fine, but it's going to be very highly specialized. Not this kind of whole thing where it's like, well, we just want to exploit the people in this area. I mean, this is just ridiculous. So, I think that the fracking industry, to a large degree, has really exponentially increased that problem because of the prospect of if you're a fracker, or even more importantly, a private equity firm that's subsidizing some of these frackers, and kind of like they're financing them, and they're like, well, and they have to answer to Wall Street, the publicly traded companies. So they're like licking their chops, just going, how much can we get for nothing?
The promise of panacea, I think, sadly, the promise of what fracking would bring us, this holy grail, this
exactly
this pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Except that it is
Right,
is
as
none
though
of it.
that were the solution. Right, as
It
though
is
that
none
were
of
the
it.
solution. Yeah.
Right. It is none of it. We've seen that with the dissolution of the bankruptcy of Chesapeake.
Right.
This is a
Exactly.
dying industry, folks. It is
Sure.
last century technology. It is
Yeah.
it is, and I will get pushback from my friends in the environmental side that natural gas is not a bridge technology. It's not a bridge fuel. Yeah, I kind of tend to maintain that perhaps it may yet still be. Um, Not being an environmental scientist, I am not by any means, but there are more green jobs inside the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania than there are fracking jobs, and that's not by accident. So let me just say that we are at 7:03 Eastern Time in the United States. Adam has already been here for 2 hours. He probably only feels like it's been 2 weeks, but it's only been 2 hours.
2 minutes.
We are here. It only
I'm
feels
enjoying
like
myself.
yeah, it's been 2 hours, but it only feels like 2 months. I promise. 7:03 Eastern Time in the United States. This is the Kennedy Effect for 27 September 2020. 2 hours into the program, we are flying by. Even doesn't feel like 2 hours for me, and I do this every week. And sometimes it's a grind, and sometimes it's flying by, and it is flying by this week. We are really flying through the topics. We're trying to really dig into we're getting into some meaty topics here. There's some heavy stats flying back and forth here. We're getting into some numbers and some heavy stuff going on and on here. Wherever you're watching or listening on Facebook, thank you very, very much. Again, the program is being shared out to about 50 different places now, 50 different places now. We continue to grow, and I think about where we were at week 1. I think we shared out to maybe 10 or 12, and we were not at Hot 101 at that point. So the program continues to grow and proliferate. He tried to say clearly, which I think I did. We are getting ourselves out there, and I'm very proud of that and very humbled by it. And I appreciate every single individual that takes part and listens to this program in any way, whether you get a half hour of it, 10 minutes of it, or all 4 hours of it. We're thrilled. We're thrilled that you're with us. We really, really, really appreciate it. That other side of information, I think there's 7 folks in there right now. It's been as high as a dozen, all the way down to just 2, but that's okay. I try not to take it personally. It bothers me sometimes when I don't see high numbers in there, but I try to remember this gets recorded. People watch throughout the week, so I try not to get a little too nuts about it. April's at home right now listening to me say that. Go relax, silly. They hear it through the week. So, there's 7 folks in there now. We appreciate it very much. If you have comments or questions, George was kind enough to put a question in there. Adam and I took on George's question. That's great. Our friends, our sisters and brothers, our family at hot101.net, thank you again for welcoming us onto your devices. If you're streaming into your car stereo, your smart speakers, wherever you are listening to hot101.net, thank you so very, very, very much. I am so proud, so very, very proud and humbled to be part of the hot101.net family, to DJ Lex, DJ Earl, and of course, again, my sister from a different mister, my friend, my partner, my part-time, more than part-time, psychiatrist, April Riddick. I wouldn't be here without any of you. I thank you very much. Hot101.net is the main website. The Apple and Android apps and TuneIn Radio. You can find hot101.net. The phone line is open. You have not heard anybody ring, so that means it's open. 267-227-9189. 267-227-9189. You can ask a question. You can throw in an opinion. Whatever it is. Adam is, I know Adam. He's not afraid to take questions. He's not afraid to have a conversation, as you can tell. Even though we're friends and we agree on a lot of things, we're still mixing it up here. So let's have it. 267-227-9189. If you're listening to just the audio on Hot 101, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. And if you're on Facebook, the number is on the screen. So, Adam, that was our top of the, we always reset the program at the bottom and top of every hour. We were at environment, I believe. No, we were at property taxes, so I apologize.
Yeah,
Please let us
yeah.
get back to property taxes.
And well, I think I think we kind of covered it, to be honest with you. I mean, Wolf's plan, and a lot of people don't realize there was a high watermark for Wolf's legislative agenda in 2015, which is why that budget wasn't passed for almost a year, practically. So it went into record overtime. It was the first time it ever went into the next year. And one of the main reasons was that because of the extraction tax, the liquefied natural gas extraction tax, which was ignored all throughout the Corbett administration, which was just horrible to ignore that. To have the states,
and we know why it was ignored.
Yeah, because they were stealing. They were stealing our. I mean, look, for better or for worse, again, stealing our resources and not even paying a tax on it at all. But to your point, do you have something more specific you wanted to?
No, I mean, look, it's a Republican Party. It might as well be part of the platform at this point. We don't,
exactly.
We take gobs of money from. Well,
right.
To be honest, it's not even gobs of money. And the best investment in the Commonwealth right now as a Republican politician. I'll take, $250 or $500 or maybe $1,000 from the fossil fuel industry, and you don't get any fossil fuel tax. You get no extraction tax. You get no wealth tax. You get no nothing. And meanwhile, and on top of it, by the way, not only do you not get an extraction tax, you get $3 billion in free tax incentives. I mean, it's a net. Not only are you not paying in, we're piling money on top of you, free money on top of you. I have used when Adam and I spoke earlier in the week about the nuts and bolts and the technical part of the program. As you know, viewers and listeners, I speak to every guest before the show that we go through the technical bits of the show so that they know how it's going to go, what the technical bits are, how to sign in, how it's going to look, and so that they know what's coming. I use this analogy for the extraction tax in PA. Adam has a car. I live next to him. I go take the car and I use it. I use it for Uber. I pick up my groceries. I ferry people to the airport, and I make money off of his car. And then perhaps I ram it into a guardrail, or I have an accident with it, or someone pukes in it, or whatever happens to it. And then I drop it back in his car park. And then do I share any of the money that I made from it? No, I keep it all. In fact, I demand money. Then I demand the gas money to keep gas in the car from him.
That's exactly it.
That is what the extraction tax is inside the Commonwealth. It's about these fossil fuel companies coming inside the Commonwealth. And this is happening across the country, folks. It's not just inside the Commonwealth. I know that I tend to focus on the borders inside the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and that is, I guess, a bit natural. I live here, but this is happening across the country, and it's actually happening around the globe, by the way. They do fracking in the UK, among other places. They do it in the North Sea. They do it in the Scandinavian countries. It happens. But the difference with the Commonwealth is that in every other state where there is fracking, every single other state, a value is assessed on the amount of fossil fuels that are extracted, hence the extraction tax, from underneath the ground. A value is assessed to it, and it is taxed. We do not do that here. Not only do we not tax it, but again, we hand them $3 billion a year plus in freebies, tax breaks, incentives, name it. Not only do they not pay, we hand them even more money. And they put it in pipelines, send it to Philadelphia, and send it overseas. At the same time, we pay the highest petrol taxes, gas taxes in the nation. For every 10 gallons of gas that you put in your car or truck or whatever inside the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, you pay about $8 in gas tax.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. And if I could just touch on that.
Well, Something is wrong here. Something's
Yeah.
missing here. There's a disconnect here. I apologize. Go ahead, Adam, please.
No, listen, on that gas tax, just to kind of embellish this a little more, just to see how horrible it really is, because so it's the highest gas tax, or what they call it the motor tax fund, but it's the highest transportation tax in the country, right?
In the country,
so
even higher than California.
Yeah, higher than California, 58 cents a gallon. So the reason that they could, because before that I think it was around 16 cents a gallon, and then there's a federal tax too, which is still added on top of your state tax. So it's 58 cents, around 58 cents for the state, and then another on. And Rosemary Brown voted for this bill, okay. But then on top of that, there's the federal, which I think is around 19 cents. That's the federal transportation agency fund, Department of Transportation fund, right? That gets shared. But the point being is that when they first came out with the legislation, we were at a D- rating for the entire state for our infrastructure, and the biggest problem were bridges. We have about 26,000 plus bridges throughout the entire state. We're second to California in terms of total roads covered. We are a transportation hub, the entire Atlantic states and New England and onto the Midwest. So we're a transportation hub also. So we have lots of bridges and roads. So the bridges need to be fixed and the roads need to be repaired. So basically it garners something like, I want to say overall they wanted to raise, I think $4 to $5 billion by a certain time, by a certain year, right? And the problem is now they're discussing even raising it higher, by the way, okay? Because the two reasons. One, they're going to have a shortfall in their budget beyond just the COVID crisis. So they might have to raise the gas tax higher. And then on top of that,
I believe the Commonwealth is looking at a shortfall of in the neighborhood of $6 billion.
$6 billion, yeah, $6 billion.
COVID related.
That's gigantic. We've never had that kind of shortfall before.
And the Commonwealth is not allowed to have a budget shortfall, by the way. The budget must be balanced.
No, we have to balance our budget. Yeah, that's by law. The states have to balance their budgets. The federal can do, they can work off budget if they want. But anyways, so that's a real problem. The other problem is hold on one second. I lost my train of thought here. Okay, so some of the money is being robbed effectively. So they're paying for the state troopers. Okay, so some of that money that was supposed to be earmarked just for bridges and roads is being used for the state troopers to pay for them, right? Because a lot of areas are rural around here, and there's no local police force in the state, so the troopers have to cover more area, and they were introducing a bill to do a $25 per person tax to pay for the state troopers. I think they passed that bill actually, and then on top of that, they're still taking money out of the motor license fund. Okay, so and then they're also taking money from that fund to pay for the Pennsylvania Turnpike bond issuance. They're having a problem making their interest payments, and those bond issuance bond issuance is they're having problems with credit effectively. So there's a lot of maintenance that needs to be upkept on the Pennsylvania Turnpike, and then paying for the state police. So effectively, all the money that was earmarked as part of that gas tax is being used for other things, not completely, but a lot of it is. And it's a disaster. Then also with the bill, they don't tax jet fuel nearly as much as they do gas. So they're giving corporations a break, because most of the transportation that comes in and out of Philly, Scranton, Allentown, and Pittsburgh is commercial. So there's hardly any tax on jet fuel. So that's just a big break to corporate America again. And it's a disaster. And then there's also provisions in the bill which directly attack the old New Deal, where these are all things they had to do just to get that the Democrats had to eat just to get this bill passed. Okay, because it took 3 times to get this. 23 13 when they passed the bill, the motor license fund. They're also attacked what they call the Davis-Bacon prevailing wage. Was it Bacon Davis? I always get but prevailing. They're effectively attacking prevailing wage because the Department of Transportation on any jobs over $25,000 used to have to pay prevailing wage, means whatever the aggregate amount, the average amount that unionized workers were making in that area. That's what the state had to pay to the people, the contractors that came onto that job, irrespective of whether he had union workers or not on the job. Okay, so that threshold got raised up to $100,000, and I've even had to have arguments with certain union labor officials and union organizers because they're like, well, the bill had to get passed. Go, yeah, well, the bill did have to get passed, but why is it that you had to attack the old New Deal effectively, and why is it that you had to put the onus on regular average taxpayers to foot the bill? Doesn't make sense at all. And even worse than that, we're still at, I think, at a C- rating in terms of our transportation. With all that Sturm and Tylum and all that angst, still only getting minimal amount of results, because you can go into certain parts of my district, a lot of, because very rural, the roads are like pockmarked with potholes all over the place.
I think
there's not enough.
I think you've referred to them in the past as the year-round pothole. Haven't I heard you? I think I've heard you say that before. Year-round pothole, because they're there all year round.
Yeah, I've also referred to it, and I don't want people to take this the wrong way, the Ho Chi Minh Trail. A lot of roads are like a Ho Chi Minh Trail, okay? Or it's like going through a creek bed, okay? So that's the status of our roads, in our public roads. In the communities, that's different because that's their responsibility, because we do have a lot of HOAs and private communities in both Monroe and Pike County, but that's ultimately their responsibility. So, but it is an unmitigated disaster. And when I tell people about the fact that they're paying that extra 58 cents per gallon just at the state level, they don't like it. And I'm like, well, you can thank your state representative for that. Now, the first two bills that were proposed and were amended in the final passage, she voted for the final one. But the first two she voted against, and I haven't looked into the details, but either way, it's just a total. I would have never voted for the bill. I'd be like, sorry, this is not good enough. Sorry. And then, of course, I would be attacked by my constituents, or I would be attacked by some of maybe the trade unions, and say, well, oh my God, this is going to put so many people to work. Stop compromising. Okay. We can win this battle. We can win the fight. All right. You have to learn where to put pressure in the right places, because you're not going to win this on the floor, because especially the Democrats don't have a majority. That's just not going to get done. Okay. But what you can do is you can bring the public, sphere into this. You can, bring this into the public forum and say, oh my God, this is how they want to solve your transportation problems here, and put that on your back. And some of the statistics they came up with in terms of, how much the average commuter had to spend in yearly repairs, and that this was not going to affect them that much. Nonsense. It affects them greatly. All right. Because if you take out that federal tax, and if you take out that state tax, all right, that would mean that you are basically paying about $1.50 per gallon right now, which is probably where it should be. All right. I mean, a little bit of a tax, that's fine. But to put the burden on us, forget about it. And then, again, we're a transportation hub. Who's benefiting? You go onto Route 80. There's truckers all over the place. Truckers galore on Route 80. As you mentioned, the Route 80 expansion, which is one of the things which is what we're going to be just, hopefully we can talk about the Route 80 expansion. I think that would be good too.
Isn't it, if I could maybe back us up to more of a 10,000 foot kind of view, when you and I talk privately, we talk a lot about the line of demarcation in the sand that was 1980. And that was Reaganism.
Yeah.
Or is Reaganism, as we're still very much living in a Reaganism world.
Right.
And it began obviously a bit with Nixon, but we know that it was really Reaganism that, turned this nation back upside down and, took us back to a, late 1800s, early 1900s,
Sure.
Second Gilded Age that we're living in now.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Or even further, really. I mean, it is a neo-fascist type situation. We're in a massive, wealth inequality is worse now than it was before the Great Depression.
Yes.
But we've actually mentioned a couple different times now in different situations that when you talk about these discussions that you've had with some of the labor unions, and I have had these same arguments with some folks in the labor unions, and it's not all of them, it is some. Isn't it interesting how we, as a greater society, and specifically certain segments of our society, have been conditioned to accept so much less?
Yeah.
You have these labor unions who, like you just said, how they're willing to accept so much less, or they're willing to take what we can get without regard for how it may affect the rest of the community or the rest of society. Right. Or when it comes to the domestic workers, the travel related, the hospitality related workers in the Pocono area. Oh, $12? Oh, sweet. I'll take it. Well, hang on a second. That's not that great. It might be great for the area. It might be great compared to the economy at large, but isn't it really more of a statement about what we've done to the economy at large, that we've accepted that as, hey, that's not that bad. $12 and you might have a pretty crappy health insurance plan.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Is that a connection that you make? Is that a connection that you're finding during this campaign, that this isn't just, the condition of the populace, of the general society as a whole? We've been beaten down.
Oh, beaten down.
We've really been beaten down.
Oh, beaten down. Oh my gosh. I listen, I say it all the time, and I actually have a friend. Chat was supposed to be here videotaping this, and Chat's a little older, so he remembers. I said it to him once. I didn't know it was from back in the 60s, but the saying goes, brother, you've been down so long, you don't even know which way is up. Okay. And he goes to me, that was an old saying from the 1960s. I was like, really? I didn't know that. He goes, yeah, it was in a song. I was like, okay, cool. But so what that means basically is when you as a politician, and assuming that you're a good politician and a good leader, and you accept those responsibilities, and you're not in it for the money, and you're doing this because it's your obligation to do the right thing for the people. Okay. When you have that and you say to them, I want you to vote in your own self-enlightened interest, and I'm laying out the facts, my opinion, but the facts as they exist. And I want you to I'm trying to communicate you as clearly as possible. I want you to try to decide on that and vote in your own self-enlightened interest. The problem with saying that is, to your point, a lot of times people don't even know how bad off they are. They don't realize what we used to have. And we've had this discussion where it's like, this is not, at this point, you want to talk revolution? Fine, that's coming. All this is really about right now is reform. We want to get back to where we were in the late 1960s and early 70s, when you had, basically about 35% unionized labor participation in the workforce, in the private sector. Okay.
Well, I'll take it even further. The percentage of private sector labor, private sector union participation when Reagan took office. Again, I'm sorry, kids. This is the Kennedy effect drinking game. When Jeff mentions Reagan, take a shot. And that's why you're generally you're pretty, as we say in the Irish, you're pretty pissed by the time the show's over. the private sector union participation when Reagan took office was about 37.5%.
Yeah.
It is now under 6%.
Yeah, it's under 6%. Mm-hmm. Horrible.
And by the way, folks, because I don't have to tell Adam this, because we've had this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, folks, this is not by accident.
This is by design.
It's planned.
Yes.
This is by design.
Yes.
This is by design to destroy
the middle class.
Health benefits, to destroy the middle class, to destroy wages, suppress wages,
right,
and make large, huge corporations and the small percentage of stockholders and the people that own them even more massively wealthy.
Mm-hmm.
This is not to take a small percentage of people and make them wealthy. It is to make that small percentage of people even more
wealthy.
Yeah. You must, folks, I beg you, you must understand this. This is to make them even more wealthy. Again, I know I'm repeating myself a tiny bit from last week, but Jeff Bezos is now worth over $200 billion. He's worth more than 3/4 of the countries on Earth, their individual GDPs, gross domestic products. If he gets another tax cut, and by the way, this current regime, the Trump regime, is talking about cutting corporate tax cuts if they win a second term or steal a second term. What does another $1 billion mean to a person like that? Nothing. It's like picking up a penny on the street.
Right.
But when the 99% gets a tax cut, what do? They spend it. They put that money out into the economy. That's what drives an economy. I read at the top and bottom of every hour that if you have a product or a service or something, you can advertise it here. You're the folks. You have a small clothing shop. You have a card and gift shop, maybe like a Hallmark type shop. You have a small eatery. You are the people that depend on the 99%. You have a small hot dog shop, let's say, or a small eatery, or a small, again, like a small card and gift type shop. Maybe you have a small clothing shop. You are the people that depend on the middle and lower classes. You depend on them. If there's a recession, Home Depot is going to be just fine. And Lowe's and Applebee's and McDonald's and Burger King, they're going to be fine because they're billion-dollar corporations. They're Fortune 100 corporations, not even Fortune 500. They're Fortune 100 corporations. But Joe's Garage and Mary's Dress Shop and Angelo's Pizzeria are not. When someone is making $12 an hour and they go to $14 an hour, it's Joe's and Mary's and Angelo's that benefits. It's not Lowe's and Home Depot and Applebee's and Fridays and McDonald's. And it's not. It's the small businesses. This is what we're talking about.
Right.
And I'm telling you, again, I say it every week. And one of these weeks, all of you, every single person that listens to this show is going to look it up. Some of the richest folks ever in the history of the planet, some of the richest families in the history of the planet, some of the largest corporations in the history of the planet, and not all just American corporations, by the way, were created after the institution of the New Deal.
Right.
After. and continued to grow throughout the implementation of the New Deal. If only 4 people in this country have as much wealth as the bottom 60%, 160-ish million people, how does an economy function that way? When 60% of the people cannot afford their basic needs, how does an economy function that way? How does that work?
It doesn't.
40% of the population of the country cannot suffer a $400 emergency.
It's a disaster.
60% of the country cannot suffer a $1,000 emergency.
Right.
Now think, what is a $1,000 emergency? What is a $400 emergency? Somebody rear-ends you at a stoplight.
Yeah.
It could be something as simple as that. And I'm not even talking about the physical injury. Your car's banged up.
Mm-hmm.
It might still be drivable, but it has to be fixed or it doesn't pass your local state inspection.
Mm-hmm.
Where do I get $400? 40% of the 330 million people in the country cannot find a way out of that situation.
It's horrible.
60% of the 330 million people in our country, I'll break out a calculator and I'll do that math quickly, cannot figure a way out of $1,000 situation.
Right. And then
how did we get here?
Well,
I can walk you through it. I walk you through it every week. Every week we sit here and I walk you through this. Fill your attic with guns. Worship wherever you wish. But when you cannot take care of yourself, while 4 people are worth more money than entire nations spend in a year, something is fundamentally wrong. And one party does not just believe it should be that way, but works day after day after day to keep it that way and make it worse. That's the problem.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
7:35 Eastern Time. This is the Kennedy Effect for 27 September 2020. That other side of information is the home for this program. We will see your comments and questions there. Hot101.net, sisters and brothers, thank you so much. Apple and Android apps are available and the TuneIn Radio app, and you can advertise on this program, thatotherkennedy@gmail.com. The phone line is open 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. What about the environment in the Poconos? We touched on it just briefly earlier, but what about so-called green issues in the Monroe and Pike areas? Again, so much of the day-to-day life, day-to-day economy in your district revolves around green issues, tourism, eco-tour. Again, personally, I think you could define everything, all tourism in the Poconos as ecotourism, because somehow it revolves around the environment up there. It's mountains, it's skiing, it's foliage, it's hiking, it's camping, it's somehow revolves around the environment. So to me, it's all ecotourism. But tell me about campaigning on being concerned with voter feedback about environmental issues in your district.
Well, the people want most of the transplants that come from the metropolitan area, whether they came here 50 years ago and a lot of them are probably voting for Trump right now, because that's mostly kind of like white middle class out of Queens, Brooklyn, parts of New Jersey that have been here a long time, and they moved because they wanted to be in an area where they could hunt and fish and enjoy their retirement in relative seclusion. But then there have been successive housing booms. In the early 90s, there was a big push with the federal government incentivizing home buying. We saw a big push in construction throughout the entire county. We're at about 108,000 people in Monroe, and like I said earlier, 62,000 in Pike. So those populations have risen because of those successive, mainly because of those successive population booms or housing booms. So obviously the last one was in 2003, and we are seeing another one now because people are trying to get out of the metropolitan area and moving out into the Poconos to get away from COVID and be in a more rural atmosphere or more secluded. But anyway, so the environment plays a big part, obviously, in terms of tourism, because we want to make sure that the green areas are kept that way, and the mountains. There's areas where people can take advantage of whether it's on conservation district property or adjoins conservation district property or state parks, and we have a national park that runs up where the Delaware Water Gap is. Okay, so we have to maintain those areas in order to make sure that we still have that aspect of our resort economy intact, and that people would want to come here for that. But so just so you know that the geographically, there's one major tributary leading into the Delaware River. So Philadelphia relies on Monroe County to give them a steady supply of very pristine, what they call high value water from high value streams in this area, and marshes and watersheds leading into the Broadhead Water Creek. So there's the Swiftwater River, there's the Broadhead Creek. Further up, there's the Bushkill River, which leads into the Delaware River, but that's not very big. The largest tributary is the Broadhead Creek. And then there's the plateau at the top of Monroe County, and then there's 380. So on the other side of 380, all the water that falls on the other side of 380 leads into the Lehigh Valley watershed, and all the water that falls on the eastern side of Route 380 as it goes up towards Scranton goes into the Broadhead Creek watershed, right? So it's the objective of the Broadhead Creek Water Association to make sure that not only are the tributaries to that stream kept intact and pure, but also to make sure that the creek itself is maintained with pure water. And then same thing for Bushkill. Not many creeks leading out of Pike into the Delaware River, which is really important. So the reason I bring that up is not only do they process that water down in Philadelphia for potable and drinking water, but they also maintain it to push out the salinity levels of the Delaware Bay, which come up into the Philadelphia area. We had a drought a couple years ago, and it reached its apex where at one point it was less than 10 miles from some of the sewage treatment plants, and they can't process salt water. It has to be all pure, clean, fresh water. So they rely on us for the purity levels to feed them with that water, and then we also use it here too. But then also to maintain the salinity levels so that make sure they're pushed out. So that's a really important aspect of the economy, and how we plan around that is major. So I'm friends with a couple people that I hope will aspire to municipal leadership, whether it's county commissioner or on the planning commission. And I've talked to them at length in terms of, in their mind, how we could take a 40 and 50-year plan and take Monroe County and Pike to figure out where we can have proper economic development and infrastructure building, and also building manufacturing facilities, so that we would not intrude upon those areas first. So, like I said, I ran for county commissioner, and there's what they call the COG. It's called the Council of Governments. So those are townships that all get together and figure out their zoning issues. And so I would want to coordinate with them, the county, and also the state in terms of what are the best areas to plan and build here. Because right now they're planning on building this, what they call Pocono Springs, which is going to be about a $250 million project. It's not in my district. It's in actually 176th. So that spring is going, that where they're going to build that huge development. It's going to be mostly to kind of like, they're going to have some restaurants. They want to have like an anchor museum. They want to bring up Ripley's, believe it or not. Again, because they're trying to cater to the whole resort aspect. I mean, like I've talked to a lot of people who are in leadership in the Republican Party, especially, and then also in business, and they really want to make this area into the Disney World of the North. That's their prerogative as a water park. And I'm like, okay, wonderful. So they want to put this one.
That water
Springs,
has to come from somewhere.
Well, that's the other thing. Okay, so
millions of gallons of water just to fill the park, but then for also the guests. I mean, the water's got to come from somewhere.
Right, and be treated. So they want to put this Pocono Springs right next to Kalahari. Okay, now that's the headwaters of the Swiftwater Creek, which leads into the Broadhead Creek. So we used to have legislation which said that it was called the stream buffer rule. Okay, so there was an amendment to the stream buffer legislation, which my opponent voted for, to allow for building right up to the edge of a creek, because it used to be 150 feet.
Right.
But so that was throughout the entire state. So she got this special dispensation basically for Kalahari to build right next door to the Swiftwater Creek, so they could put in their huge parking lots. Okay. They have to do certain things to amend the runoff from the asphalt that goes into the creeks, because not only are there certain toxicity levels in terms of, you know, pollutions that go into the creek that's going to affect the wildlife and the quality of the water, but also to when the water goes into the creek, what it does is it kills off all the wildlife because it's coming in hot, basically. So you want to build these detention centers, and this is in the summer mostly, but it goes into the creek hot, and the wildlife in the creek does not want like those, you know, exogenous changes in temperature. So they want to keep it constant. And so they build these detention basins, which is a remedy, but it's not really a complete solution, because I've talked to people in Trout Unlimited and some of the environmental organizations around here, and they're like, no, the levels of our carcinogens that are going into the groundwater and the aquifer because of these kind of activities do affect the high value streams that we have, and the level of PCBs per thousand or million rather, when it comes to contamination of our fresh water up here. So it's not something that's going to be taken lightly, and has to be planned very carefully in advance and ameliorated if the project is going to go through properly. Now, you brought up the sewage.
Well, this
issue.
might be an interesting time to ask this. I'm asking this, I must admit, out of a place of knowledge, because I know the answer. For the sake of the audience, what line of work, what line of personal business does your opponent come from?
Oh, thank you. Okay, well, so yeah, let's not. Gee, I forgot to mention. Well,
listen, there's a campaign adage: you do not over publicize, you do not publicize your opponent. The same way in sales, you do not publicize your competition. So, you know, if I'm selling Chevys, I don't talk about how great Ford is. So. Right. You don't publicize your opponent. Campaigning is somewhat different. You have to somewhat talk about your opponent, at least in part, because you need to associate with your opponent, because you need to associate for the mind of the voter that this is the race I'm in. Right. This is the person I'm running against. And when you go into the voting booth, you're going to see the two names, and here's the person I'm running against. So when we talk about commercial, retail, single-family home, residential building development in the Pocono region, in your district and neighboring districts, what line of business does your opponent come from?
All the above.
So why do you think that among the legislation that she would actually sponsor might have something being there somewhere.
Let me tell you, it's just unbelievable, the conflicts of interest, Jeff.
Which I don't want to walk away from the environmental discussion.
We don't
it's important. It's important.
No.
We can get back to that, but this is an interesting. We've approached a very interesting place to break this up here. You have a sitting 5-term PA state rep who has directly sponsored, and folks, a tiny bit of civics here. When you talk about a sitting elected official, when you talk about sponsoring legislation, we're talking about, I wrote this piece of legislation. I wrote it. Right. I'm the one putting it forward for my colleagues to ponder and think about, because I want them to vote on it, because I believe in it, and I'd like to see this piece of thought put on paper, turned into law. So as a primary sponsor, I wrote it. It's my idea. I want to see it turned into law. I happen to know that Adam's opponent has done that on, I believe, only 3 occasions that I could find. And it all happens to be, wouldn't you know, what a strange coincidence, all happens to be things that benefit developers. Isn't that strange?
Jeff, you're really being too kind to her. You're being too kind.
I think it's 3. Isn't it only 3? Now she has co-sponsored a myriad of legislation. What does it mean to be a co-sponsor? It means that Adam and I are both, for example, Adam and I are both elected officials. Adam writes a piece of legislation that he believes in passionately, and he comes to me and he says, look, I've written this legislation. Here's what it says. Here's what it would do. I would like your support. Would you sign on to this legislation? Would you be, quote unquote, a co-sponsor? Now, he wrote it. He did all the legwork. He did the research. He and his staff did the legalese. They've put it on paper. If I wanted to, quote unquote, co-sponsor it, essentially what I'm doing is I'm lending my name and credibility to it. Right. Now, Adam's opponent has been a co-sponsor of a myriad of legislation and even more resolutions, which are essentially Happy Hamburger Day, congratulations to the Boy Scout group, things like that. Now, if you're a Boy Scout, it means a lot to you. It means a lot to you, and it should. And those are good community things. They mean things to people. But she's only been the primary sponsor of, again, my research showed 3 pieces of legislation, and they happen to all benefit, what a shocker, housing developers, which is what her family business is. Now, correct me, Adam, if I am wrong. And by the way, let me say this before, if I'm wrong, I'm happy to be corrected. But please correct me if I'm wrong.
All right. Okay. Well, actually, we were talking about the stream buffer amendment. So she...
well, in that case, that happens to benefit a commercial developer. Her family business is residential development, building single-family homes throughout the Poconos for people to move into. But again, that's how they make money. So, and there's nothing wrong with making money. There's nothing wrong with having a business and making a profit. There's nothing wrong with that. The legislation, my greater point is the only legislation she has sponsored would benefit her family business. So please correct me if I am wrong in that. Please correct.
Well, let me just address that. Okay, because you're leaving out the aspect of recusal. That's important.
Oh, I'm not leaving it out. I'm just saying I'm taking it from a different angle.
Okay, I'm going to make.
I'm directly. I have a housing developer. My business, my family business is housing developers. Not only am I not recusing myself from it, I'm sticking my face directly in it because it's going to help me make more profit.
Just think of the arrogance. Okay, so that particular piece of legislation obviously it wasn't even the reason that they somebody else sponsored the bill. She was a co-sponsor on the bill, and she obviously voted for it. But the thing is, her husband is a developer. Her husband's in the construction business. Okay, they build modular homes. They build homes in some of the communities around here. They actually own some communities. So there's a conflict of interest in that She does not own a controlling interest in any of those businesses, not even 10%. But her family, her husband, has a large home construction and home development business, because that's a big that's been a large part of the economy out here, is building homes.
It is a
Not just for
big business in the Pocono area.
It's huge. Real estate's huge. Poconos is all about real estate and how much people can keep it and hold on to it and sell it at the right time. So so there's that. Then she's also got real estate interests. So it's a convergence of the tourism, real estate industry, and also home development. And she kind of has her fingers in the pie with at least two. But then again, when she's in my district, there's Shawnee Wyndham, which is a huge resort. There's the Shawnee Inn, which is a big, inn, and the owner of that. Oh, just as an aside, I forgot to mention earlier, the owner of that, Charlie Kirkwood, he's the second largest private property owner in the state. He owns Pennsylvania Gas and Electric, General Electric rather, which is out of Pittsburgh. And if she were to do property tax elimination, when he owns over 100,000 acres of property, some of it on state and federal land, granted, he would stand to benefit so much from that. It's not even funny. He wouldn't have to pay any property tax. So that's very convenient for her because she sponsored that bill. He was the prime sponsor for HB 76, which is the property tax elimination in the House. Okay, so it's very convenient. But she didn't come up with it was boilerplate legislation. This is back when the Tea Party movement was happening in 2010. They approached her after she got elected and handed her boilerplate legislation rather, because obviously they knew that that was an issue up here. But just coincidentally, the second largest private property owner happens to reside in your state. Okay,
Was it ALEC
campaign?
Was it ALEC legislation?
No, that was not ALEC legislation. No.
So that's a surprise. I would have thought
it could have been, but
I would have thought ALEC had their fingers on that one. That would have almost been self-explanatory. I'm surprised they didn't have their hands on that one.
What they did was they came to the Senator Scabello, he's currently senator. He's in the state house at the time. They came to him, and then he kind of recruited Rosemary to basically take up the bill as well. And then he can currently move into the Senate later on. But they've been pushing it here because there is the problem and their solution. And I always refer to it simply as that you want the Kansasification of Pennsylvania and the Poconos. Well, go ahead and pass this bill, because we all know what happened to Kansas when they got rid of their personal income tax. Okay, which is what they thought they could get away with, and it was an unmitigated disaster for the entire state. So that's going to happen again if they get this idiotic policy passed, which I don't think that they will. But it just, to even propose it, it's just stupid. So, so getting back to the conflicts of interest, which is really what I think we're getting at here with these legislation. So, like I said, she does own her family does own an HOA. It's actually a pretty big one in it's very affluent community. So she introduced legislation to take care of making if you're a property owner in an HOA, homeowner association, you can go to your board, and if you do not find recourse with your board in terms of a dispute that you might have, then it's up to there were no provisions beforehand for it to be litigated, to take it to court. Okay, so now she comes in and she actually adds an extra layer between the Consumer Protection Bureau, which is an arm of the Attorney General's office. She comes in and she sponsors primary sponsor of legislation to try to mediate and fix the problem, where they put in this alternative dispute resolution, which has to be provided for by the HOA, because you have to understand nearly half of all the Poconos, people that live behind these gated communities, are in HOAs. Okay, so this is a big issue for us, and there's actually been calls to take some of the HOAs up here and disband them. And I'm going to be looking into that, because a lot of the people that are in these communities and some of their board members are thinking about taking this up again. So I would want to bring that up. But nonetheless, she puts in this extra layer with this alternative dispute resolution, which basically says the only reason that you can go to the ADR and have this mediated would be as if you had problems with the board and they were not listening to your complaints, There were basically parliamentary problems with not keeping records, not having votes, not being responsive to the community at all. So it would have to have something to do with the actual board members and how they conduct their business. Nothing financial. So it's very restrictive. And like I said, once you go to the ADR and do not find resolution there, then you get moved on to the Consumer Protection Department of Consumer Affairs and Protection, and they would pay for your legal costs at the Court of Common Pleas. First, you would go to the Court of Common Pleas, and then you would go up the ladder to the Superior, and then Commonwealth Court, Supreme Court, wherever. But the point being is that, you know, it's an extra layer, and it really does nothing, and actually protects the HOA from litigation and potentially damaging civil litigation involving restitution and damages being paid. So, you know, again, I looked at the first two bills that she proposed before they were amended were actually pretty good. But then you had this HOA, basically it's a industry organization out of Delaware, up in Pike County, but it's called the Delaware Valley Homeowners Association, right? Or something to that effect. And they came in and they used their lawyers to change it around specifically. They even publicly stated it on their website, where they basically gave that amended legislation to Rosemary, and she reintroduced it, and it was passed as such. But it's a conflict of interest completely, and I would have never voted for it. Okay. As far as other conflicts of interest, there's what's called she introduced legislation that she was pushing called under the auspices of financial literacy. Okay. So it's this whole thing about, you know, going to a home ec class and learning how to balance your books, your checkbook that's not enough anymore. Okay. Because from a Republican perspective, okay, on a right-wing perspective, it's, you kids don't understand when you get out there, we're in the middle of destroying Social Security, and it's going to be unfunded by the time you're my age or older as a state rep. Okay. So you're not going to have any Social Security. So you better start to learn how to take your money and put it on Wall Street so they can make all their hefty commissions and all their fees, right? So that's the only place for you to go. We're going to give you a defined contribution and an undefined benefit. Okay. So that's what you got to do. You kids need to be financially literate. So when you get out, so there were three pieces to this idiocy and this embarrassment. Okay. So the third piece was that if you were a first-time home buyer, say for instance, you just get out of school and you're lucky enough that you want to buy a piece of property, or if you get married at a young age and you want to buy a piece of property, or if you're a first-time home buyer, period, you can take your money out of a fund that the state, because you put your money into the state fund, and when it's time for you to get that money, you can take it out, and it's in an interest-bearing account. Okay, so you can take advantage of that. Okay, but guess what? You can only build the home in an HOA, or it can be a modular home. Gee, they own HOAs, they build homes, and guess what? They also build modular homes. Okay, so where is it that when this passed through the legislature at a nearly unanimous vote, I was beside myself. I'm like, where in the hell is the decency in this friggin' place that you're not going to look at the prime sponsor and see an obvious conflict of interest here? Oh my God, I was like, this is disgusting. Not just from her standpoint, but whoever even voted for the bill. It was just, oh, well, why the first-time home buyers? Yeah, that's great. But why is it the person that has to introduce the bill and go around promoting it throughout the entire district as though she knew something, right? While she's basically raping you, okay? Why is it that she gets to introduce this bill and she doesn't even recuse herself? This is unbelievable, okay? So, you know, like things like that, it's just, you know, I'm like, oh my God, this is just incredible how corrupt this nonsense is. It really is unbelievable. So,
I don't think that you're having I have not visited your area in a while. We haven't been able to have, there haven't been in-person campaign meetings even for staff. in the same way this go round, in the same way that you haven't been able to meet voters in person. So I have not been to your area in a very long time, for any reason, let alone campaign reasons. So I cannot speak really to Stroudsburg and East Stroudsburg, which would be the real population centers there. I know this is happening in the Lehigh Valley as a branch off, so to speak, of the housing issue. Does it concern you? Because this is kind of something that the Commonwealth actually could work on. It is also federally related, but it is something that the Commonwealth could do something about. Does it concern you that so much of the redevelopment, the rebuilding that is happening is all rental and not home ownership any longer?
Wow, wasn't that a surprise? When they it's very concerning. Okay, because so when they're building at the right up, you mentioned the Route 80 before. Okay, so when you get off Route 80, there's an exit there, the 309 exit. That's Route 209. Right at that exit, they're going to be building it's called Smithfield Gateway Project. Right, it's about 60 acres. They got a TIF designation for that, so that's going to be partially subsidized by the taxpayers for the upgrades to the utilities and the infrastructure around the actual retail outlet there. Okay, this development project. But one aspect of it is they were like, oh my God, talking about how the millennials, they have a different lifestyle, and they don't want to own, they just want to rent. So we want to make sure that most of these rental units that we're going to be building, these units we're going to be building, are going to be specifically for renters and millennials, because they have they want low maintenance. We're going to make sure that they can wash their clothes, and there's certain amenities that they need, right? A little yoga class or whatever as part of the whole thing. Well, like, from that right there, it would make you think, like, why is it that you're focusing so much on renting? Because people just don't have the capital, younger people especially, to buy and own a first home anymore. It's just not there. It's just not even in the equation until they're in their 30, until they're nearly 35 or 40. So what are you talking
if they're
about?
Lucky. If they're lucky. Because the rents themselves are set at such a level. They're set at just the right level with where wages are set. You can't save anything anyway. We are condemning an entire generation to rent for the rest of their lives. Look, when you have 330 million people in a country, there is nothing, and I mean nothing, that is uniform. You are not going to get uniformity, for anything in a country. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. So yes, there are going to be people who want to rent, even if the rents are high. There's always going to be someone who chooses to rent. But for the developers to suddenly be mentally linked to these millennials and somehow know what they want, no.
Right.
That's completely no. I don't buy it for a second. No, that's what you want to build them, because that's what's most profitable for you, because that's guaranteed income for you every single month.
Of course.
You don't think they ever want to own a home? You don't want to build that lovely new New York style, North New Jersey, Hoboken, New Brunswick style, Morristown style building of flats that they might actually be able to buy at some point? No, because that income then stops coming in for you. You want that rental income. That's what you want. And you're building it and you're pricing it so that it will always come in for you. You don't know that that's all they ever want for themselves, ever, for the rest of their lives, period, end of story. You don't know that. You don't know it. We're condemning an entire generation, if not several, to renting forever and ever and ever. Amen.
Please, it's idiotic. But Jeff, you spoke of like people, this is all by design. Like, come on, let's
And
be
that's
honest.
part of it.
Right. So this is all by design because, look,
So a small group of developers who can afford to build these buildings, and they've got more taxpayer subsidization. Oh, we'll get the taxpayers on the hook for the roads and the access and the electricity and the water systems, and we'll collect the rent.
Right. But okay, so this guy,
and the free land probably.
Right, and the free, exactly, or subsidized land in terms of the upgrades and to the local taxpayer paying it. But for these TIF things. But beyond that, with this guy, I think it's Larry DePetris or Jim DePetris. I'm sure he's a nice guy, but look, so you can't ignore the fact that this is all by design in terms of creating a debtor society. And there's a couple good books. One is a book called The Indebted Society. I think it came out in the early 90s. It's great. It just basically outlines everything that's happening right now. It's these two economists that wrote it. And I just was like, wow, this is a real shocker. The other thing was the Barbara Tuchman book, which was A Distant Mirror. If you haven't read that, anyone in the audience that hasn't read it, I would advise reading it because, this is the one that wrote The Guns of August, talking about the machinations behind World War I and how it started, There's certain things that are true and there's certain things in there which I would take umbrage with, but it's very good. But so the Barbara Tuchman book is all about how they, during the 13th century, basically, when this whole Silk Route had opened up, they got people at these fairs, these medieval fairs, hooked on buying all these trinkets and things like that from, the Orient, right? But it was all on credit, right? The entire society was run on credit, all during the run-up to this horrible period in the 1360s, where in the 1350s, actually, when the Black Plague finally came through, and all of the exploitations and all of the, the evil things that have been done to the society to get them hooked on this usury, essentially, through credit, had created the circumstances for a new dark age. That was 100 Years' War, which was a dark age. So if all these people are just so greedy, want to keep it up, guess where you're headed? Okay, guess where you're headed, right? You can't see it because you're in it, but you're already heading there. Donald Trump gets elected, it'll be the confirmation of fascism and the United States and the Western world sliding into a dark age. It's just there. It's just obvious. So,
I refuse to believe that it is the entirety of the Western world. By the way, the Labour Party is now polling higher than the Conservatives in the UK. The Conservatives in Australia are losing power. The Labour Party, Liberal Party in Canada continues to poll higher than the Conservatives there. There are certain islands of it. You see Turkey. Turkey is in full-blown fascism.
Sure.
Yes, Lehigh Valley,
Sure.
Turkey, and we know Turkey is in full-blown fascism there and leaning ever more and more toward the Soviet Union. We have prominent citizens here in Lehigh Valley of that. You have Orban in Hungary, and there are
Right.
and Poland, by the way, is leaning further and further right all the time. But there are also
pockets.
It's in pockets. There are also larger pockets of good news as well. You have Greece that moved away from it. You have Italy that is fighting it. You have Germany, who is looking to have who has actually voted to. You had the EU who actually voted down a resolution limiting immigration. You have the Germans who actually continue to encourage immigration there, and it looks like they're going to have a relatively quite an easy transition inside Angela Merkel's party for a new prime minister there. Again, like I said, you have the Labour Party, who is now polling higher than the Conservatives there. Trudeau continues to do well in Canada and onward. So I wouldn't. It's here. It's here. That's the scary bit. It's here.
What I would look, Jeff,
you have plus you have a place like
Look,
El
Jeff,
Salvador. El Salvador, Costa Rica has literally no military whatsoever, and uses all of that money for education and healthcare. I mean, so it's not, it's not everywhere. Thank
No,
good,
no,
thank goodness, thank goodness.
but wait, just look, just a little bit of pushback, because I don't want you to think that I don't think there's no hope. There's hope, okay? But if you can crack and break our form of constitutional government, okay, which has problems, it's not perfect, but it's proven to be time and time again, when good leaders can come in and save it, like an FDR, okay, it's proven to be a beacon and a light for the world. And when you can crack and break that, then that's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
That's a problem, because some of the countries you mentioned, they have democracy, but their parliamentary system might be, there might be a constitutional monarchy. We're supposed to be a straight democratic republic, and with a system of checks and balances. And yeah, there are problems. We've gotten here, but I think we can move forward. I'm just saying, God forbid we don't, and Trump gets reelected. I don't know what's going to happen over the next 5 to 10 years. Who knows what's going to happen?
Neo-feudal. I can agree with that. If not full-blown fascism, neo-feudalism at a minimum.
Without a doubt.
I certainly can agree with that. I can agree with that. What's coming up for you in the next? Today's the 27th. We're about 5 weeks, pushing toward 4 weeks left in the campaign. What does the next 4 weeks, 5 weeks look like for you? Is it more of the same? Is it just more and more and more Zoom? Are you looking at possibly getting out into the public in a very socially distant, safe, responsible way? What does the campaign look like for you? We're probably going to wrap up around 8:30. It doesn't look like anybody's ringing in. So what is it? What are the next 4 weeks looking for ish? Roughly 4 or 5 weeks. What is it looking like for you? What are you looking for in the campaign in the next 4 weeks or so?
Well, I'd like to raise some more money, so I'll probably be focusing on. But you mentioned Zoom calls. A lot of times that means getting online, getting on a phone with someone on a Zoom call, or calling them. So there'll be some call time, calling people up, trying to raise money. I'll be looking for more people to help out with the campaign financially. That'd be great, because we're definitely not going to be able to raise as much as Rosemary Brown, but that doesn't mean that we can't win. We have a very good chance of winning, and it's with a little engine that could. Like I said, the numbers are pointing towards a flip, which would be really great. But anyway, so we're going to be focusing on, you mentioned in person. So we're going to be focusing on doing in person more or less in terms of community events that are going on, or it could be like a community dinner where they're passing it out from the car. So I want to be able to help prepare them, pass them out. That's going to be really fun. I enjoy being out with the people. Like I said earlier, it's been tough not being with the people that you want to talk to when you go door to door and having these great conversations with people. But
because I do believe I'm different. I'm in a minority here within our party, that I do believe you can be out with folks and you can see them in person. You can do it safely. You can do it responsibly. You can use common sense. You can keep a distance. You can wear a mask. You can be safe. I wouldn't hold. Clearly, I wouldn't hold. A what style rally.
Right.
Insert proper historical term here. I wouldn't hold that style rally. It's just ridiculous, and you're asking for illness. But there are safe, responsible ways to be out and be with people, and you can do it in a targeted, measured type way. So yeah, I agree with you, and I find myself in a minority in that sense. But yeah, I hope you do, because it is an important part of, I don't think you're going to go canvassing door to door throughout the entire district, but if if there's a farmer's market, if there's a
that's
football
exactly
game somewhere, if there's a
that's exactly what we're thinking about. So there's Meals on Wheels. I might go out and help deliver meals. That'd be great. Like I said, there's at least 3 or 4 community dinners at some of the churches. There's some food pantries. There's at least 2 good food pantries that I'd like to help out with. There are coming up. There's the one that's going on out in Scranton. I think next Friday there's going to be a Medicare for All rally, which is great, and I'm going to be there. But look, just I helped to organize 2 large protests during the Black Lives Matter right at the beginning with the some of the rioting going in Minnesota. We did a 2,000 person march, and we made it clear, if you're coming, you're going to have to wear a mask, and we're begging you to socially distance. So we did everything we could to get people to adhere to that, and I adhered closely to that just for my own purposes, but it was really important, and I wanted to be out there. So, and we did 2 of them, one with 500 people and the other one with 2,000 people. So, but if it's that important that I felt like I needed to have like some, an immediate on the ground response, we did it, and it was great. But, short of that, like you said, we'll probably be at, like a softball event, or, there could be like an outdoor market that's going on in the township, because, like, again, it's a long district with it. We've got Delaware Township, Porter Township, Lehman Township, Middle Smithfield, Delaware Water Gap, Ross Township, Hamilton Township, and Barrett Township. So those are all the townships, and they're all doing something. There's a Halloween parade coming up where it's going to be a reverse Halloween parade where I just stand there and like wave to everybody, and then they drive by. They usually give out candy, but this time we're not giving out candy. Maybe I'll use gloves to put it in a bag, and maybe the person might give them a bag when they go by in their cars. I don't know. We haven't really worked out the details yet, but yeah, I agree with you. I'm not against going out and doing something that we can, as long as we can be done safely and with social distancing. That's important for me, So yeah, that's what we're looking at. Plus, we have our phone banking going on. Again, not as successful. The texting we're going to be working heavily on. We have Everytown, which is great. So Everytown, which is a very large national gun reform organization, anti-gun legislation. They're looking for people to flip the House to vote against a lot of the laxed legislation that's been passed in the state here when it comes to gun legislation. So they're going to be targeting this district, which is great. It's not going to be coordinated. They'll probably be attacking Rosemary pretty heavily because she is a pro-gun Second Amendment advocate. So she's going to be attacking, which is great. So, and they're going to be putting in about $1.4 million into about 6 or 7 different House races and about 5 or 6 Senate races. So that's going to be great. So I do have their endorsement. I do have endorsement from Gun Sense and Moms Demand Action, Gun Sense Pennsylvania. So I have all their endorsements, but no real dollars have come in. But this is going to be what they call in-kind services, which can't be coordinated with the campaign. So we're looking forward to it, though, because I'm not going to be able to bring the resources to the table that Rosemary is. But
have you seen outside monies coming in to your race on her behalf? Or has she always had just the typical large Republican war chest?
Oh no. So she had 67,000 to start at the beginning of the year in her account, and she spent about 100,000 of what she had raised in the last election on her campaign, and I spent about, I think, $34,000. So at any rate, she gets a lot of her money from the party, from the GOP. They'll put as much money into this race as they see fit. If they really want to hold on to it, they'll probably give her, I don't know, in excess of a couple $100,000, maybe more. I don't know. But she does get money from a lot of PACs, corporate PACs. So we don't know where it's coming from. We don't know if it's coming from people in the energy industry. We suspect it's coming from people in the utilities. A lot of you, like Med Ed, and there's at least 2 or 3 big utilities in this area. Water utility.
The good old dark money.
Yeah, all that dark money is coming in from her, and also from the pharmaceutical industry too. She did actually work for. She was a salesperson before. And she went through the Federated Trading Program, which is a very well-known sales program in the garment industry. It's retail. So she came out of that, and then she worked for Federated for a while, but then she also worked for a lot of pharmaceutical companies selling, who knows? I mean, some of those could have been opioids. We don't know. So she worked for some pretty large, Hoffman LaRoche. I think she might have worked for Pfizer, actually. So there's a good chance that she might have been involved in selling some of these opioids into the state at a time when they were stockpiling practically. I mean, people would have vials of them in their cabinets, whether they had used them or not. But, this was a problem. And, so now she wants to come in and try to mitigate this problem. But like, these are that's an aspect of the diseases of despair that has been a result of 40 to 50 years of either explicit right-wing control and Republican control of the legislature, or just, just this right-wing culture destroying this state. And we see the net effects of it. People are leaving. Our population is getting older. They're having to rely on property taxes or increasing taxes to make up for the deficits because they're not collecting their taxes. And like I said, there's a brain drain with like younger people wanting to leave the state because there's no good jobs here, not just the area, the state. So it's got to be, this whole thing has to be reversed and reversed soon, or I don't know. I just don't want the Pennsylvania to become, the Alabama tea for the next 50 years. I think that that's just not even feasible anymore.
As we look to wrap up, probably at the bottom of the hour here, Adam, what possible thing did we may have missed that you wanted to make sure that we get out there? Thanks. I know obviously all the contact, we'll get to that, but what possible point or item or something that we maybe missed that you really had on your mind that possibly we missed?
At least three. So really quick.
Only three.
No. But quick.
Only three.
No. They're going to be really quick because, I mean, one of the aspects of my campaign and talking to people who have supported me, and, you obviously know Jacob Pride. He's been a great guy. He's a supervisor down in Smithfield Township now. So if I get elected, I can work closely with my friend Jacob. So we've always been talking about wanting to see actual physical changes to the district in terms of infrastructure specifically. So Pike County, again, 62,000 people, has not even one hospital. I apologize. So that's a problem. So I would say
have to come down into Stroudsburg to get to a hospital.
Right. Either they're going over to Wayne General, which is the next county over, or they're coming down into Stroudsburg, and that anywhere now depending in the county, in Pike County. Okay, so it's a total disaster. So there's that whole area in the northern part of my district, which is Lehman and Delaware Township, where I'd like to start to talk to some of the county supervisors, the county commissioners in Pike, and maybe even the Monroe County commissioners and their planning committees, and also the supervisors in those areas and township officials and zoning officers. Where can we start to think about building a community hospital to give people hope in this area that there's going to be a quicker response time if, God forbid, someone comes down and has a heart attack and it takes them 45 minutes to get here with an ambulance. It's just ridiculous, and that's a good response time. I've seen it even being more because my kids were involved with sports up at the school, which is in that area. So it takes them an hour sometimes to get up there. So it's just ridiculous. So that's one thing. There's the bridge, which is going to be a truckers bridge. That's going to be a big project. That's going to go. It's going to alleviate traffic on Route 80 and also through the 209 corridor. So it'll make it a lot easier for truckers to be able to bring their goods on up through into the Lake Wallenpaupack area and Route 6. And then they can also hook up with Route 84, which is the northern part of Pike County. So the only way they can remedy that problem is to go all the way over to 380, on up to Scranton, and back down 84. And that's just time consuming, waste gas, extra pollution in the air. So, or they're going to go through New Jersey on Route 17 over to 84. And that's also, they could miss stops because they're delivering goods, So that's a problem. So the truckers bridge would be about a $400 million project. It would start in Smithfield, go on all the way on up through Route 402, through the state park up there. So it would mean widening the road, putting in curbs, putting in, buffers on the side and guardrails throughout the whole thing, make bike paths, and, kind of say, like, this is state land, but we're going to come through and that's it. We're not going to damage anything beyond that, because it's a lot of hunters and vacationers go up in that area, but it could be improved. So the bridge, all of the on ramps and off ramps would be huge, and that would bring a lot of business to the area along the 209 corridor, which leads on up into the national park.
Presumably good union jobs.
Definitely. Oh, those are all going to be either union, or they're paying what they call
prevailing. Right. At least for the duration of the project, right? Good union jobs, prevailing wage jobs, at least for the duration of the project, and then the ancillary benefits after the roadway is complete for the expansions and so on. Okay.
Increased standard of living, yeah, of course, and then because it actually half the project is done, because it also included this thing they call the bypass, which was like a roundabout. So the other half has to be completed, and they ran out of matching funds. The state ran out of matching funds, so we're going to have to remedy that. Then the other thing is the rail, which I mentioned briefly, getting that rail opened up through the gap, which is, relatively speaking, not much more, even more than this bypass project, which was never completed, the bridge, the truckers bridge. So, this would really, people would be so happy to have that done. And, I've been told by people up the chain politically not to talk about dollars and figures, but I'm still going to talk about the project, because to me, this is something that my constituents care about. Okay?
This would be trying to bring commuter rail to the gap in your area into northern New Jersey, et cetera.
Exactly. And also freight. You would also have freight, because it's the old Erie-Lackawanna line that used to bring goods and services all the way up into the mid-'70s, and when they closed the line. So the tracks are there. They got to be double tracked. It's the one single track, so it's got to be double tracked. Improve all the stations, get the upgrades to that. Then on the Jersey side, they're also completing part of that. So it's just a matter of, just like I said, probably about $750 million to open up that whole route through there.
I think that's interesting, because I do think that people tend to think of that type of particular project as this incredibly massive project.
Not really.
Building a whole new rail line, you got to be kidding. The money and the work and I do think that people tend to generally forget how much abandoned rail is just laying there. Now, yes, Adam has hit it right on the nail here. There are stations that would need improvement. Part of those rail lines would need to be rehabbed and fixed, and buffers. And look, there's a list of work that has to be done. The amount of abandoned rail that is in this area, he's got it there. We have it here in the Lehigh Valley. We've been trying to bring commuter rail to the Lehigh Valley for what feels like centuries, when it was still active rail, for God's sake.
Right.
And that's both directions for us here in the Lehigh Valley. You're talking about rail south into Philadelphia and the wrong direction, east into New York. Actually, to be perfectly blunt, west out to Harrisburg, by the way, to be blunt. All three directions here from the Lehigh Valley. In fact, we would take it north to you, by the way. You could actually do all four directions out of the Lehigh Valley. What commuter rail would mean for the Lehigh Valley is nearly incalculable. And the rail is there, kids. We're not talking about blasting through mountains and laying new track in nearly every circumstance.
Right.
It's already laying there. It simply needs to be rehabbed in sections. Yes, Adam is 100% correct. The stations need to be rehabbed. Some of those stations are still standing from when they were active originally. They would need to be rehabbed as well. What commuter rail would mean, I can't even tell you. I mean, what it would mean for the quality of life for the folks that are still flocking to the Lehigh Valley, and they are flocking here, by the way. The housing market here in the Lehigh Valley is just on fire. I almost tried to say it in Spanish. I was going to say en fuego, and somebody's going to make fun of me. I can't wait to. April's going to really make fun of me for saying en fuego. But she's going to make fun of me. She's like, "You're pandering. You're pandering." And yes, you know what? I am pandering a little bit. So take it, enjoy it. I'm pandering a little bit. You take it, you enjoy it.
I'm insulted.
I did it, and I'm on the record for it, and I'm loving it, and I'm owning it. So take it. The Irish guy said in fuego. So enjoy it. Take it and take it. It's on tape. Love it. So, but it would mean everything to the folks here that have to make that drive into Philadelphia. And by the way, for my friends and listeners, watchers, friends, family, and so on, here in the Lehigh Valley, it's about 55 miles, generally speaking. Obviously, it's different depending on where you are in the Lehigh Valley. It's about 55-ish miles to Philadelphia and about 70 to 75 to New York. It's actually easier to get to New York. Driving to Philadelphia is a nightmare. It's brutal. It actually takes you less time, and it's an easier drive to New York. So what rail would mean, if you could hop on a rail and just go south into Philadelphia, it would be a godsend for people in the Valley. I have hijacked your topic, but it would mean everything. It would mean everything for folks in the Lehigh Valley. I can only imagine how great it would be if you could take a rail line out of the Poconos to a station to someplace like Mount Arlington or Denville, and then branch off from there. There's just about nowhere you couldn't go in all of Northeast New Jersey and all of the different points throughout Manhattan, whether it's into Washington Heights or Harlem, Midtown, around the Garden, or down at the World Trade Center. It would be just, I mean, you know what?
Great.
It'd mean everything. And the cars that you would take off the road.
Oh, God.
By the way.
Now look, so under the Obama administration, the Department of Transportation had scheduled the Allentown area for high-speed rail, but didn't schedule high-speed rail through the Gap. And I suspect the main reason for that, I haven't looked into it, but most likely because you're navigating through some pretty extreme turns when you go through what they call the S-curves of the Delaware Water Gap.
Right.
Right. So either they would have to slow down or build, I don't know. People are pretty particular when it comes to Delaware Water because it is very beautiful. You would have to build a rail line that would maybe be straighter through the Gap if it's possible in order to have complete high-speed rail. I'm not talking maglev. I'm talking just regular high-speed rail. So with my high speed, they tend to not want to go below 80 miles per hour between stops. You know what I mean?
I think people forget too. They think of rail as something as an all or nothing proposition too. I think they tend to forget that folks that use rail in New Jersey will sometimes use it as a combination type thing. They might drive a certain distance, but they drive to a rail station and then finish the journey the rest of the way via rail or some other, someone who might, I mean, you do a combination. It still helps alleviate that stress off of the motorways and takes cars off the road. And so you live in Mount Pocono and you can't walk 10 feet to a rail station and end up in Midtown Manhattan. It doesn't make the rail any less valuable. It still helps you. It still helps.
Yeah. And the other thing I wanted to say, because, we mentioned, before I was like, everyone's like, well, revolution. No, this is reform because, again, we need to get back to work.
The jobs to do all that.
God,
those are good union jobs.
But what I wanted to say was that there was rail service between Philadelphia and the Poconos. And I think they stopped it 1910, 1920. There was literally four lines all the way on up through.
The station in Easton is still there.
Yeah, that went all the way up to
right on 611 and right on 611 at the meeting of the Lehigh, where the Lehigh dumps into the Delaware, the station's
Right. That's the old line. I don't understand why that line. See, obviously, you and I know the reason. There was all this focus on cars. There it was. They put their money into local lobbyists in that area to denigrate rail, to denigrate mass transit, and then there was a migration away from rail into bus, and then hardly any bus service, really. And who the hell wants to take a bus from all the way from here all the way out to New York? It's still uncomfortable. You're crowded. It's still a two-hour drive. depending on where you're coming from. You take the bus from Scranton all the way on a daily basis. It's unbelievable. And it's intermodal, like you said. They're driving to the bus station, getting on the bus, paying a lot of money for the bus for like packing like sardines, getting into the city, getting on a subway, maybe 2 subway rides to get to their job. Does this make any sense? Come on. So
again, we're the only country. We're the only country. You can get on a train pretty much anywhere in the UK and never get off of it and cross Europe.
That's
across the entirety of Europe. Yeah. You can get on a train and never get off.
I always wondered with the Brexit thing, how are they going to handle going through the channel?
Well, they're going to need their passports now.
Yeah, well,
now they're going to. They had free movement through Europe the same way we would move through states, and now they're going to need their passports. Now they're going to be quote unquote foreign citizens. Whereas you used to be a citizen of the EU, you are now a British citizen moving into the EU.
Right.
When they did that, it's ugh.
I don't like it.
It's such a mess.
It's a total mess. I think it's an idiot.
That's a whole different. I could do a whole show on Brexit, and
yeah, I'm sure
it's a mess. It's an absolute mess because they did it to themselves.
Yeah,
and they know, and they now know. Because the report has been released finally after the Conservatives held it for 7 months. They know the extent to which the Russians were involved.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And they held that report.
Yes.
They held it back.
Yes, lining the pockets
they
of all
know.
These years. Yeah.
They know how much the Russians helped steer the Brexit vote through social media. Same thing they did here in 2016.
Right. Thank you very much.
They know how much they did it.
Right.
And they should be smart enough.
Take a vote again.
This great people and a great nation should be smart enough to take a step back and should have been. It's way too late now.
Oh, it's terrible.
To take a step back and say to themselves, hang on a second. Let's just hang on a second. We had a foreign power steer our entire Commonwealth.
Right.
Which is what the UK is, by the way. It is a conglomeration of nations. Into this calamity.
Oh, it's terrible.
All they need do, they could have put a break on it for a year. And then said, we'll have another vote in a year.
Right.
And if this is what we really want, then so be it. We will push on. Mm-hmm. We will press on, and this is what we will do. But we'll have a second vote without Russian interference, because now we know.
Right. With the full report.
So remember, in the Brexit vote, by the way, it was England that carried the leave vote. Yeah. Wales voted to remain.
Right.
Northern Ireland voted to remain.
Well, Northern Ireland.
Scotland overwhelmingly voted to remain.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Gibraltar voted to remain. It was England that carried the leave
Terrible.
vote. England by itself.
I would be even more specific in terms of who these people were. It might not be obvious where the money was coming from or funneled through, but it's the city of London. This is all Threadneedle Street, all coming out, finance of the British, upper crust, and it's ludicrous. It's absolutely insane. With promises of, we'll give you a gold mine, you can have, this, realm under yourself. All these promises.
The Brexiteers told the British people, if we leave the EU, it will cost you, or it will save you £750 billion a year, because we take this tax money and we hand it to Brussels, which was crap, by the way.
Right.
And that we will regain all of these monies that we hand. the EU's coming in, they're fishing our waters, they're taking our fish, they're forcing these immigrants upon us. What does that sound like?
Well, that was
The EU was, because there's free movement of EU citizens.
Mm-hmm.
These, and I'm telling, this is the language they used. Because there's free movement of EU citizens, mm-hmm. Gypsies and Eastern Europeans are moving here without any barrier.
Right.
We can't have that. And they're taking your jobs.
Right. All cultural.
What does that sound like?
Gee, wow.
And then once they did when they did the research, well, listen, Boris Johnson was doing it too. Mm-hmm. And when they did some of the research on where that crap was coming from, it was Russian bots.
Russian, of course. Russian meddling.
Rather than once they did the investigation on where this was coming from, and by the way, the Conservative Party knew for 7 full months that this was all Russian backed and held the report back from the British people.
Unbelievable.
While Johnson was ramming through this substandard half-cock crap of a quote-unquote agreement, which is barely an agreement, by the way.
Garbage.
Right? You would think, if that, it's my personal belief, and I am not an expert on UK politics, but I do follow it. I know a hell of a lot more than most people in this country about UK politics. However, I am not an expert on it, and I do not claim to be an expert on it. Again, I don't have a degree behind me in UK politics, but I do follow it. We could learn a lot from the parliamentary style of government, let me tell you. That said, if they had released that report straight out of the gate, it's my humble opinion that enough people, especially the moderates, because there are still moderates in the UK, they are not nearly as polarized as we are. They are, perhaps more so than they've been in a very long time, but not the way we are. There's enough moderates. I think if they had released that report immediately after its completion, enough people would have stepped back and said, look, all of this was 1 year. They would have gone to Brussels and said, look, we need a year. And Brussels, by the way, would have said no problem, because the EU is significantly damaged without the UK in it.
Oh, I know that, yeah.
And then they would have had a second vote, and they would have protected themselves, and then gotten a clear, real indication of what the entirety of the UK populace wanted. Because what this is going to do, my prediction is, not tomorrow and not next month. It might not be for 5 more years, maybe even 10 more years. It's going to lead to the dissolution of the United Kingdom.
Oh, yeah, and the Commonwealth
The
system.
Northern Ireland wants a poll in Northern Ireland, despite the religious differences, now would rather merge with the Republic and have one whole Irish island instead of stay in the UK, because they want to stay in the EU. Scotland now wants a second vote, independence vote. They want to leave the EU. Or, I mean, they want to leave the UK and stay in the EU. I got that backward. Wales, it cannot be self-sufficient. They will stay with England. What does that leave? Can England and Wales survive by themselves? Probably, but they won't be the same. And where does that leave Gibraltar? They might end up part of Spain.
You know, one piece of news that went.
Wreck.
One piece of news. Think about this from a geopolitical standpoint. One piece of news that went overlooked right after England decided to leave with that final Brexit vote was the British Navy had sent a submarine to Gibraltar to patrol the area around the Straits, because there was fear that the Spanish might ask to have the Rock of Gibraltar back, you know? And so that's just one pinch point throughout the entire maritime, former British Empire, maritime empire. There's the Malvinas Islands, where that's a pinch point in terms of cargo and transportation coming through. They own they protect those rights, and now they've
Think
apparently
about the isles. Think about the islands in the English Channel, not the English Channel, the Irish Channel. Yeah, the Isle of Wight and all the islands in between there.
Right.
Do they go with Ireland?
Well,
do they stay with England?
Well, in other words, these countries are going to ask for that property back once Brexit and the
they
British
may
finally, or not just that, but like the Straits of Majorca. That's one of the probably the more the cargo goes to the Straits of Majorca.
Well, the Irish
world,
the EU and the Irish have told the UK, there will be a hard border between Northern Ireland and Ireland. The Northern Irish don't want it. The Republic doesn't want it.
Who the hell would want the murder mile? Come on, man.
If this is the agreement that you're going to shove down our throats, and there's going to be a proper hard border. Mm-hmm. And that's why the people in Northern Ireland are like, we don't want this. We'll leave the UK and we'll become part of the Republic. Right. The Republic is perfectly happy to have them. They've wanted them the whole time anyway. I mean, you're talking about the dissolution of the UK, proper dissolution of the UK. And now who's sitting in Moscow going, just as I planned, just as I planned.
Right. And again, back to those pinch points.
What has he got? What has he gotten? He's gotten the UK out of the EU. So instead of 3 pillars that were holding up the EU, instead of 3 legs on the bench, the UK, Germany, and France, now there's only 2. Tell me the little bench that only holds up with 2 legs. It doesn't.
Doesn't. No.
Right? Think of a little kid's bench. A circle and 3 legs. What bench holds up with 2 legs? None.
3-legged, none.
And not only that, but he's going to break up the UK along the way.
Yeah. And I've heard some of the figures on what
all the other countries that are in the EU, all the other significant countries that are in the EU, countries that are not nobody, Italy, Spain, the Netherlands, these are not nothing countries, but they're not the UK, they're not France, and they're not Germany. Those were the pillars. Those were the pillars of the EU. And now you just took one of them out. And not only did you take them out, you're probably going to break them up.
Well,
and he's just sitting there in Moscow going, like Dr. Evil, got him. And all it took me was a bunch of online crap. Got him. And they weren't even smart enough. They weren't even smart enough to take a deep breath and step back and go, well, hang on a sec. This seems wrong. Something doesn't smell right.
But you know what? To be honest with you, I mean, like, how much of everything that's happening geopolitically, in terms of a tri-cornered world, you know, China, Russia, United States. I mean, did George Orwell have it right or what? Come on. I mean, really, you know, I hate to put it that way. I mean, there's a prospect of democracy being coming forth in all these countries. Really.
And what was what you said, a tri-cornered world? There's 1.5 left.
Basically,
China and Russia.
Yeah.
We're not in there.
What was it? Eurasia,
Last week. I talked about this last week. I'll rehash it. I had a news crew here in my home from NHK, the National Broadcasting Company of Japan.
Oh, yeah?
Literally came here to interview me about voting.
Oh, cool.
And the discussion broadened because I happened to talk a little bit. Occasionally I talk, in case you're new to the program. I talk occasionally. I tend to babble occasionally. And we talked about the discussion broadened into some new things.
You've kissed the Blarney Stone. Let's just say
I do occasionally. And one of the things that I talked to them about was the precipitous decline of the United States as as a nation that matters.
Yeah.
And they said, you are 100% correct. You don't.
That's sad.
The only thing that matters is that you have nuclear weapons.
Oh, good Lord. Gee, wow, that's some
About
kind
the
of
only thing left. About the only thing left of the United States that matters is our nuclear stockpile.
yeah, that's kind
Remember,
of
the
sad.
rest of the world has begun to take these international incidents and solve them by themselves. We're not even a consulting partner on any of these things any longer. Our COVID, the way we've handled COVID has been an international laughingstock.
Yeah, it's a scandal.
This regime is an international laughingstock.
Mhm.
We were chased. You've seen, I'm sure folks have seen the video on YouTube. If you haven't, you can find it on YouTube. The way our troops were chased out of an area of Syria, shot at by Russian troops.
I saw that. That was pretty embarrassing.
The president said nothing about it. Nothing. He said nothing about it. Not a word. When asked about it, he said, "Oh, I haven't seen it. I'll have to have a look." And and said nothing.
They pulled a crazy Ivan.
We do not matter. We have been pushing for additional sanctions on Iran. The United Nations told us to shut up and sit in a corner. Even Israel voted against it.
Yeah.
We don't matter. And guess what it took, kids? Guess what it took for us to get in that position? 4 years.
Oh, yeah.
One regime, 4 years. Even W. Bush after Iraq didn't get us to this level. It took 4 years.
Yeah, but it's been a slow knuckling down. We just didn't go from Nixon to where we are now overnight. It's been a slow erosion of our rights and our standard of living, and it's not over by any stretch. There's hope, but it's taken a while to get here. But they've been. I mean, look, when I say they, look, this is how oligarchy works.
Yep.
Okay? And really, if you understand Greek history and you read
Roman
history, exactly.
I tell people that all the time. They look at me with a dumb, empty look. Well, not because they're dumb people. Not because they're dumb. Not because they're dumb people, but they look at me with a dumb, empty, vapid look. This is what happened to the Roman Empire. At some point, at its height, actually, not some point, really, at its height, the richest people, the Senate, the senators, the proletariat, the richest folks in Rome decided, why are we paying for all this? Why are we paying? Let the people pay for this. They grew an empire to a point that they couldn't pay for it anymore. No. Not because they couldn't pay for it. They didn't want to pay for it anymore.
Right.
It's that, why are we paying for this? Tax the people. And the rich people didn't pay anymore. It was the very first idea of trickle down. We'll cut our own taxes. We're not going to pay for any of this anymore. Let them pay for it. Except there wasn't enough of them. And they didn't have anything. When you can't get blood from a stone. If they have nothing, 0 from 0 is 0. You can tax the hell out of them. They don't have anything. They can't pay anything. And you can't support an empire with no money. All the rich people kept their money. All the senators kept their money. They raised taxes on all of the quote unquote citizens, except they didn't have any money.
So when that happens,
they didn't support the empire anymore.
Listen,
when the empire crumbled, they stopped spending money on roads and education and infrastructure because they couldn't afford it. And what happened to the empire? It crumbled from outside. It got attacked and nicked away at and nipped here, and a couple provinces here and a province there and a piece of land here and a piece of land there. And we're watching the same thing. It's the same thing.
Yeah, but there were distinctive moments that you could point to which have a direct analogy or relation to what's happening with Trump, because Rome was a republic with what they called tribunes for the people as part of the Senate, So, and then there was the Caesar. So it was basically a constitutional monarch as a republic, but it fell after the
That
Punic
stopped.
Wars.
That
Right.
stopped at some point when the richest in the
Right.
empire decided we're not paying for this anymore. That's our money.
After the Punic War. Yeah, but after the Punic Wars was when the decisive break happened, and they basically Caesar, the first Caesar was the beginning of the Roman Empire officially. And you could say, if God forbid Donald Trump, for better, I mean, he's fascist, but you're looking at systems of empire which don't respect constitutional rights and the idea that man is made in the image of God, and that we have rights that are imbued upon us and given to us by God, and that we should be respected that way. That we're subjects. We would be subjects in an empire. And so that is a digression. If we were to fall into an empire again, you could say Donald Trump would be the beginning point of that. And my job and my objective is to make sure that that does not happen, because I love this state. I love this country. I love the people that are here. I think it has great potential, and we could have a new renaissance and a new birth of freedom. But we still got to fight for it, right? The game is not over yet. The game is afoot, and I'm down for it, but I'm going to fight like hell. That's why I want to get elected.
Give everybody all of your contact information. Give them any information that you want to share.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Thank you very much, Jeff. So it's my website is adamforpa.com, where you can find links to donate if you would like to. That'd be great. We have what they call an Act Blue site where you can donate directly there online. And then I have a Facebook page. So that's Adam Rodriguez for State Representative of the 189th District, Adam Rodriguez for State Representative. Go to that page where you can find, a link there as well to donate. And obviously there's some posts there that you might want to read about some of the things that I believe in and I support, and legislative issues that I want to address. So that's pretty much the best ways to contact me. I do have an Instagram page. It's Adam for PA, and then a Twitter page, Adam for PA. So look for those. And if you want to follow me and inbox me, just let me know if you have any questions, or if you'd like to help with the campaign. If there's anyone in the area locally that would like to help out with texting, organizing, any outreach we might do, that'd be great. So please reach out to adamforpa.com and you can get in touch with me.
Sounds good, my friend. We're right up against it. 9 o'clock, almost finishing like a real radio show, like right up against the top of the hour. Like
I told you.
Almost like I know what I'm doing.
Long haul.
Almost like I know what I'm doing. It's pretty frightening. My deep and sincere thanks to Adam Rodriguez for being here, and he actually did the whole 4. That's a record. I need to go get you some type of like trophy or something, or some kind of medal or something. You did the full 4. You will sleep well tonight. Either because you're going to be tired from this, or because I bored the ever living crap out of you. But one way or another, you're going to sleep, because I usually sleep well after a program. But you did the full 4, sir, and I appreciate it very, very much. Please know that I do.
Like 4 minutes. It seemed like 4 minutes.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah. Now you're laying it on.
Honestly, I was great. I told you I'd do the whole thing. I really told you I'd do
You did. I can't. No fault again. I'll tell you what, these phone calls, man, you stubborn folks. I'll tell you what about these phone calls. But listen, I am sincerely grateful that you were here, that you spent so much time with us. Sincerely, because I know that, Sundays are still, America's, it's not the 1950s America that it was, but still Sunday nights are pretty much family time, still a little bit, Sunday dinners and so on. And especially during, American football season. So I'm grateful that you were here. I truly am. I mean it very much. Sincerely grateful that you stayed this long and that you were here with me for the evening. Very, very grateful. And, I wish you nothing but the best of luck. And for you and the entire team up there, whatever the campaign brings you for the remainder of this campaign season, and for the family. For goodness sake, please stay safe. Stay safe, stay happy, and I'm sure we'll speak before election day. It better be a heck of a party.
Yeah. You know you're invited. You know you're.
Well,
I'll expect you up here.
Let's see what kind of lovely job I'll be working by then.
We'll do a COVID fist bump at a minimum.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we'll do. Probably I'll be virtual election night parties too, but we'll see.
You got it, man.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. Bye, everybody. Bye, April, for being such a great coordinator, engineer. We really appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Take care, everybody.
And for all of you watching and listening, thank you as always. That was a great one. I'm very, very grateful for Adam for being here for the full nine. I almost said the whole 9, but you know, I mean the full 9 yards with the full 4 hours. We will return next week. My scheduled guest next week is Graham Gonzalez. He was actually here on the program months ago when we had a roundtable of very first time candidates. So he is my scheduled guest for next week. We always say scheduled in case, you know, life gets in the way, because you never know when life is going to get in the way. You know, there could always be a family thing, or maybe we have a fender bender, or, you know, he gets ill or something, or he gets an excellent chance to have a campaign meeting or meet people in public, or, you know, these things happen. So he is our scheduled guest. That is our plan for next week. We will return. What is the 4th? I think next week is the 4th, if I'm not mistaken. October 4th. Yes, it is October 4th. So we will return next week. That is for October, October the 4th. We return next week with you. So for Adam Rodriguez, for April Riddick, for me, Jeff Kennedy, I say thank you so very much for being with me. Again, I have a blast doing this. This is truly a dream of mine. I enjoy radio. I enjoy speaking to you. I enjoy speaking with you. I enjoy doing this program. I hope you take something away with it, no matter where you are in the political spectrum, whether you agree with me, disagree with me, love me, hate me, indifferent. Well, I hope not indifferent, or you probably wouldn't be listening. So that might have been a silly thing to say, but wherever you fall, I'm just thrilled that you are here. If you are with us live still, whether you are on the recording, picking up pieces of the program along the way during the week, you are important to me. You are valued. You are respected. And we thank you. We thank you very, very much. You mean everything to us. If you were not there, we could not be here. Again, my week, what seemed to be my weekly reminders, I think there's about 3 of them now. Let me just say big 3 reminders that I think have become commonplace now as we wrap up. Fill out the census. For goodness sake, please fill out the census. Federal courts have stopped this regime from ending census data collection. They have been instructed you must continue to collect data, information, census data. So give them census data. Do it. Please fill out the census. I'm begging you. Please do it. Second, vote. On November 3rd, vote. If you have the opportunity to vote by mail, do it. I don't care how you vote. Obviously, I'm a member of the Democratic Party. I believe in the Democratic Party. I believe in the principles and the values that members of the Democratic Party espouse. Medicare for all, a balanced economy. I could go through the laundry list. But let me say this. Even if you don't, if you have a legal ability to vote, then do it. It is your voice. You deserve it. You earned it. Use it. Even if you don't agree with me about anything, that vote is your voice. Exercise it. Use it. You can't complain if you don't vote. So go vote. And the third thing, and the last thing that I tend to be leaving you with now each week, is be good to yourself and be good to each other. Don't shout, talk. Don't talk over each other. Talk with each other. We are all part of this human family, and every creature on this planet deserves life. They have a voice. They deserve a place. Even the creepy insects that creep me out, the birds, the bees, the flowers, and the trees, all the fun little songs from when we were kids. There's only one planet. It's the only one we have. We have to save it. We have to protect it. We have to get along with our neighbors. We have to be part of our community. We have to be part of this society. Of course we can disagree on things. Of course we can. And we do. And we do a lot. And we do often. But that doesn't mean that we have to fight with each other. We are not in a war with each other. We can disagree. We can disagree. Sometimes we can even disagree a little loudly. We can disagree very energetically. But let us not be mean to one another. Let us not be evil with one another. Let us not drag each other down. Let's be kind to one another. Give up your seat on the bus. Carry the heavy bag of groceries for a neighbor who's having problems. Check on your neighbors. Check on your elderly, senior neighbors. Call family. Help a young neighbor with homework. Babysit for that working mother. Whatever it is, I hate to be overly cliche about it, but pay it forward. Help out. It's these small things that even if we disagree, this is obviously this is obviously a political program. I get it. But we can help each other. We can rebuild that sense of community, that sense of society by doing these small things. That's how it starts. We can do this together. We can. So be kind to each other. Talk to each other. Have a conversation. Even if that neighbor, if you're a Republican and that neighbor has a Biden sign, if you're a member of the Democratic Party and that neighbor has a Trump sign, then step outside and talk about the weather. Talk about the beautiful flowers they have planted. Talk about something. Build a bridge. We can disagree, but we do not have to be mean. We do not have to be angry. Not everything has to be a fight. Not everything. I believe in disagreement. I believe in debate. Debate brings understanding. It brings education. In the course of debate, I bring out things that you didn't know. You bring out things that I didn't know. And we learn from each other. We understand each other better. But we don't have to hate each other. We just don't. Let's have a conversation. Let's learn from one another. Let's rebuild these communities. We are a human family. We are a Terran family. It's one planet. Human beings share 90% of the exact same DNA sequences as cats. Yep. We are a Terran family. Everything on this planet is related in some way, shape, or form. Let's rebuild the Terran family. We are all related. The plants, the animals, the insects, sea creatures, the air, the trees, everything, we are all related to each other. Let's help each other out. Let's look out for each other. We're all we have. We're not perfect, but we are what each other has. We're better than what we've been doing. That's for damn sure. So for all of my Facebook I shouldn't say my, because April and George, they're every bit a part of this as anybody. I'm just the guy behind the mic who doesn't shut up. But for April, for George, for DJ Lex, DJ Earl, for everybody on Facebook, my friends at Our Revolution, just everybody who touches this program. Thank you for being here. Again, everyone on Facebook, everyone at Hot 101, my brothers and sisters in the Hot 101 family. Thank you for being here. We will see you next week, the 4th of October. Graham Gonzalez, our scheduled guest. My thanks again to Adam Rodriguez. Watch the program on the recording, and we will see you next week. Please take care of yourselves and each other. Be well. We'll see you next week.